Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. As representatives of the Institute of Internal Audit Oman chapter, we extend our sincere, warm welcome to the distinguished guest of honor for today's event, His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah Al-Salmi, the Executive President of Oman Capital Market Authority. Your gracious presence amongst us today highlights the fundamental role played by the Capital Market Authority in advancing the cause of sound governance and emphasize the significant value that attributes to the role of internal audit in fostering effective corporate governance. We would also like to welcome distinguished guests joining us today from overseas organizations. In particular, we welcome the representatives from the Arab Confederation of IIA, and we also welcome the representative from the IAA UAE. We express our gratitude for the College of Banking and Finance for their continuous support. And we also extend our thanks to all the IIA Oman members and the audit practitioners with us in this event who are representing an array of different sectors in Oman. The realization of this event would not have been attainable without the invaluable co-hosting extended by KPMG. We extend our gratitude for their contribution. Internal audit is a critical driver of organizational success and excellence. It plays a significant role in shaping strategic decisions, risk management, and performance improvement. By providing valuable insights and data-driven recommendations, it empowers organizations to make informed choices, maximize efficiency, and achieve their goals.
In a world where businesses face ever-growing challenges and opportunities, the role of internal audit has never been more crucial. Our event today will serve as a guide for those who are passionate about the pursuit of excellence, accountability, and transparency for their organizations. Throughout today's agenda, we will start an adventure of discovering, exploring, and learning. Together, we will dig into the latest trends, best practices, and innovative approaches that are reshaping the landscape of internal audit. Our event is not just about acquiring knowledge. It's about forging connections and sharing experience and strengthening our collective commitment for excellence. As we come together, let's remember that every challenge is an opportunity for growth, and every question is a chance for discovery. The internal audit community is a dynamic one, and we are here today to celebrate the power of knowledge, collaboration, and adaptability. I encourage each one of you to actively participate and seize this opportunity to learn more from the brilliant minds. Let's create an environment where new ideas thrive and where we leave not just with new knowledge, but also feeling more inspired. So without further ado, let's let the event commence. Thank you for joining us for this exciting journey of learning, networking, and professional growth. This event will commence with a keynote from the President of the IIA Oman chapter, Mr. Munir Al-Mghairi.
بالنيابة عن الأخوان في الجمعية ومجلس الإدارة في الجمعية العمانية للمدققين الداخليين أو معهد العمانيين للمدققين الداخليين، نشكر سعادة الشيخ عبد الله السالمي لرعايته هذا الحفل، والإخوان الضيوف والعميد كلية الدراسات المصرفية لدعمهم المتواصل، الإخوان من المملكة العربية السعودية من ممثلين للاتحاد العربي للمدققين الداخليين، وجميع الحضور والمشاركين. ونشكر KPMG الداعمين لهذا المؤتمر. وهذا المؤتمر تعاون ما بين KPMG والمعهد العماني أو المعهد المدققين الداخليين لسلطنة عمان. يمكن من البدايات أول شيء حقيقة نفخر بهذا التواجد، والكل موجود في هذه القاعة يمثلون قطاعات مختلفة على مستوى سلطنة عمان ومن كل أنحاء سلطنة عمان. اجتمعنا كلنا مع بعض لنتعرف على كثير من التفاصيل العلاقة بالتدقيق الداخلي، سواء من ناحية الحوكمة، سواء من ناحية الممارسات، سواء من ناحية الريجوليشنز والقوانين والتشريعات الموجودة عندنا. الشكر موصول للجميع على حضوركم، وإن شاء الله تكون الاستفادة للجميع ونطلع بأشياء نتشارك فيها على الأيام القادمة بإذن الله. في 2020 الجمعية أو المعهد قام بدراسة للسوق تتكلم عن التدقيق الداخلي وإيش الممارسات الموجودة، فهي مثل السيرفي. وفي 2022 قمنا بإعادة هذا السيرفي اللي سويناها. أريد أخذ الجمهور والحضور على بعض الأشياء اللي إحنا من خلالها ومن خلال الإجابات اللي حصلناها من خلال المشاركين تعطينا بعض الانسايتس وبعض التشالنجز وبعض الترند اللي لها علاقه بالانترنال اوديت. السيرفي مشاركتها كانت من ما يقارب 116 مشارك او ريسبونسز. احنا حصلنا 116 coming from private sector and public sectors, both sides. So what we covered in this survey, we covered the demographic profile, innovation and transformations in internal audit, risk management, stakeholders relationship, and internal audit functions. The key highlights, as I said, there are almost 116 respondents coming from private sector and public sectors, both responded, and they are all at the chief audit level. So they are all senior people who are actually representing their organizations. In the survey, 84% of the respondents actually were working in a joint stock company. So that's either SAOC or SAOG. Only 6% are actually responding from the public sector. And for us, as in the board of II Oman, we really need to work hard to collaborate and work with the public sector to make sure they are actually also engaged in our activities, in our whatever we are trying to do and serve the purpose of the internal auditors. And this is demonstrated by the low response from the public sector, is only 6%. 39%, which is almost 30%, are professionally qualified, which is also a good indication. Those who are actually working in internal audit are really qualified. When we say qualified, that either they are CIA, ACCA, CPA, CFA, or CISA. Those are qualified when we say, and they are working in internal audit. When it comes to the internal audit plan, so there is an internal audit plan that is actually need to be executed. According to the responses that we have received, 38% have actually fully achieved their audit plan. So what does that mean? It doesn't mean that the internal department, audit department, are not executing their plan. There could be also another perspective. They are agile. So whatever an audit plan you have, you might change during the year. So not necessarily you need to complete it, but also what we are planning in the upcoming survey, we will deep dive into these responses that we have received and find out the reason why the plan has not been achieved fully. I need to go back. How does this go back? Okay, when it comes to the audit committee also, so 28% of the respondents reported that the audit committee is not pursuing innovation and transformation initiative. This is for us also is one of the things that we really need to take, all of us who are in this room, to really look at this very, very critical. So either the auditors are trying to do innovations, but they don't get the support from the audit committee, and that, what does it say? So the respondents are trying to pursue, but this is also not high number. Only 28% have actually said this. But also this needs to be investigated further, and maybe in the upcoming survey, we are also trying to cover this element. 94%, I just put this the other way around, 94% of those who work in the internal audit are reporting to the audit committee. So just 6% are not reporting. So for a joint stock company, specifically if it is a listed company, the reporting is a must to be to the audit committee. So there is no doubt, because there is a regulatory requirement from the Capital Market Authority. The 6% that actually are reporting to the CEO or CFO could be not a joint stock company, because also other companies that participated in the survey are from LLC. But also one thing that we have noticed, even it is an LLC, they have their own audit department, which also promote that internal audit is a very important function with them. It's not only a regulatory requirement, but themselves also have the initiative, and they themselves actually are capturing this. When it comes to the IT audit, so we have almost 40%, they responded that they have a full-time IT auditor. Now, we are not advocating there has to be a full-time IT auditor. That is up to the organization. It depends on the size of the operations, what they have. But also this is a need to be clarified further and also investigated and studied further. What are those companies? What size of those companies? And does it really supposed to have an IT auditor or not? So this is one of the things that also we found in the survey. 22% mentioned that they don't plan for technology audit. And this is something that need to be taken care also seriously from us as auditors and from whoever is in charge of governance in the organizations, because IT audit and cybersecurity, whatever happening in the IT and the digital disruptions, is an important element. And if the responses say that only 20% are actually doing IT audit, then this is something you need to be really taken care of. For the external quality assurance, we are proud here in Oman because of the regulatory requirement. The standards say an external quality assurance has to be performed once every 5 years in Oman, and because of the regulations from Capital Market Authority for a joint stock company, specifically a listed company, it has to be done once every 4 years. So it is even more stringent. And also those who are supposed to do the external quality assurance have to be accredited. So accreditation also is there, so you cannot just get anyone who is going to perform that job for you. Also, we are seeing here in being in the board of II Oman, there are many questions coming about external quality assurance, and it's not only in a joint stock company. So other also LLC and other companies also are trying to also pursue that external quality assurance. Just a deep dive into also the outcome of the survey. So this is for the functional reporting. As I said, the majority actually report to the audit committee and the board of directors. As I said, only 6% report to the CEO or CFO. Professional certifications, you see from the people who are responding, the majority have CIA. We have the second one, we have CA, CPA, ACA, and those are related to our financial reporting. And this is a very good element also that should be processed within somebody who works in an internal audit. We have CRMA, almost 15%. CFA, Certified Fraud Examiner, almost 20%. CISA also, almost 20%. So this is a good mix of the profession here in Oman. Those who are actually leading the internal audit functions, this is what qualification they have. For the internal audit, the majority of the internal audit are in-house, and this is also very important. Sometimes organizations argue, do I need a full-time in-house or I need to outsource it? The trend here in Oman is we have in-house almost 90%, outsourced almost 5%, co-sourced, which is where the in-house actually is using the other party to work with them on specific assignment, could be IT audit, could be any other audit. So this is a very insightful things for us. Employee in internal audit department versus how many IT auditors within the department. So this is relatively tells you, and you could see the measure here is that between 4 to 8, this is the number of the auditors, and how many auditors actually who are performing IT audit. So the size, it depends on the size. As we grow on the size, the number of IT auditors become inclusive. And that is very rational, because when we speak about the banking sector, for example, most of the audit department will include almost 30 staff, 40 staff. And because of the operations, you will find people who are working specifically on IT related. This is, we spoke about the completion of internal audit plan. One thing here interesting, that's my audit plan was not impacted by COVID-19. So this is also, when we did the survey, we just came from COVID-19. So what we did is we tried to measure the impact of COVID-19 on the internal audit department. So COVID-19 actually had an impact where the internal audit has to adapt its plan and priority whatever happening in the business. Technology risk coverage in IA plan, as we said, almost, as we said in the previous slides, almost 20% who are planning for their IT audit. So this is something that we've covered. On innovation and transformation, so what is exactly internal audit department doing in innovation and transformations? We have either continuous control monitoring, process mining, advanced analytics, use of artificial intelligence, robotic process automations, or none. The highest we are seeing there is continuous control monitoring, and this is where the internal audit department has specific risk indicators, and they are integrating with the system of the business, and based on specific rules actually they set in the systems, they will get an exception report for them so they can adapt to any risk that's happening in the business. This is the answer to to what extent the audit committee, because when we speak about stakeholder expectations, so we look at what others actually expecting from the internal audit, and also we try to reflect what auditors are also expecting from the other side, from either management or from the audit committee or from the board. So here, this also coming to what extent the innovation, and as I said previously, it's almost 28% that are saying where audit committee is not really pursuing innovation or transformation initiatives. COVID-19 impact. So how COVID-19 impacted internal auditors and their internal audit plan. So if you see here, effective, agile, and remote auditing, that is the most scored item. What does that mean? Internal auditors during COVID-19, they try to make themselves adaptable and became agile, and they start working outside and continue doing their remote work from outside. The other one is that they try to identify new and change risk. So themselves were trying to assess the business environment, to what extent there are new risks coming from COVID-19. The last one, which is participated in crisis management, for me personally, this is not a good rating. You as an internal auditor, either you need to position yourself where you get involved in the crisis management efforts. Here we only see from the respondent who responded, almost 116, only 11% will actually participating in risk in crisis management. So that, what does that mean? 90% of the respondents were not involved in crisis management. And that is a call for all of us who work in internal audit. We need really to position ourselves where we can really get engaged. We are the first one to be called, not the last one to be called in the room because of something happening. So this is for us where we need to reflect on our what we are doing inside the business and how we can better add value to the business. On the risk management, we say that how actually we are trying to assess risk. What are we doing to assess risk? We are using data analytics. So here, the highly utilized one is the interview with management. So that is on a daily basis, there is an interaction between audit and the management in trying to understand what's happening in the business. But there are other areas like data analytics, using monitoring key risk indicators, using any automation tools. This is area still need to be improved because it's not highly utilized. So the message here for the audit is really to start relying on innovation, automations. But also to rely on innovation and automations, there has to be, the business has to be ready. So sometimes maybe you as an audit, you are ready about this, but the system are all done manually. It's so difficult for the internal audit to start also work on some sort of automation and innovation to that extent. But something that need really worth looking at from the audit and from the management is really to utilize the data analytics and also to develop these key risk indicators to try and understand the business in a better way and in a timely manner, rather than things happen and then at the end the auditors will come and try to identify things that already have happened. On the stakeholder relationship, so what we try to do, although we know what the framework, what the regulatory requirement when we speak about joint stock company, specifically listed company. Just we wanted to gauge the understanding of the people who are actually responding on who work in the internal audit. To what extent they are aware about the regulations, to what extent they know what's happening, what the framework is. So the question here, to what extent the regulatory requirement is covering those elements. And it looks like there is a good understanding and a fair understanding of what's being covered. We see the majority that either agree or strongly agree on all of the areas that have been covered in the regulation. As I said, in the regulatory requirement here, all of those being covered, the functional reporting, administrative reporting, independence, eligibility criteria for auditors, roles and responsibilities are all covered as part of the regulatory requirement. Also, when we speak about the qualification and experience requirement for internal audit, it's fairly covered. The majority actually are aware about what is happening and what is required by the regulatory requirement. This is a questions where we ask actually the internal audit professionals, to what extent your independence and what made your independence get impacted. So the majority responding, they are not aware of anything where their independence got impacted, which is a very good sign for us. Few questions here came, which is I was asked to do pre-audit on vouchers. And I suspect this is coming mainly from government or public sector, because that's the requirement. The requirement in the public sector, before any payment gets paid, it has to go through audit for endorsement and approval. So that's what my suspect is. But in general, I think there is a very good, in appearance, it looks like independence of internal audit is well protected in the organizations. Also, as we said, whenever we try to assess the stakeholders' relationship and expectations, we need to look at all stakeholders. So this question is to the board of directors or based on the feeling of the internal audit professional and practitioner, to what extent your board, your audit committee, your management is satisfied with what you do. Because on a daily basis, we are actually talking to the management, to the audit committee, to the board, and we could get the answers. So the majority here is they are satisfied based on internal survey or quality audit review. And because of the external reviewers, whenever they do it, they also get engaged with the audit committee. They eventually also report to the audit committee and to the board as per the regulatory requirement. So it's not only an external review that's going to be done and will stay with the internal auditors. It has to be discussed with the audit committee, and also it has to be approved by the board according to the regulatory requirement. So that also gives a good indications that quality is actually taken seriously, and also there are positive feedback coming from the audit committee and the board. That's the end of the survey. As I said, we do the survey once every 2 years, and we just finished 2020. We finished 2022, and we are planning to do one next year. The survey in full details is available on our website. You go to IIA Oman, you will find all the detail of the survey. Lately, we have this 2024 Risk in Focus, and this is done through IIA Global in collaboration with other bodies. And I just want to shed some lights on the outcome of this survey. So it's been the responses coming from 111 countries, so it gives us a holistic view about what's happening in the world, and either Oman or Middle East is part of that. Survey responded almost 4,000. 18 roundtable discussions, 152 participants, and there were also 40 in-depth interviews. So it tells you to what extent this risk in focus session has been actually conducted. One of the main things that actually coming from this, and this is specifically for Middle East, because what they have actually coming in the report, they reported by region, what are the main risks applicable to that region based on the respondents. So in the Middle East, 45%, which is the highest response rates coming in the Middle East, they have risk in governance and corporate reporting. So that's an element specific to Middle East. It's not any other area. Also, when we speak about communication and reporting, it is also applicable to specifically to Middle East. So those are the most high risk and focus that actually came from the survey. This gives you what are the risks per region, and if we focus on the one before the end, which is Middle East, cybersecurity, human capital, business continuity are the highest. That is applicable to us. So this is the latest one issued, I think, 1 month back. Those are the main risks that is applicable to Middle East. Cybersecurity, I think there is no doubt. I think even this is globally the highest. Human capital is not something, it is a soft thing. So sometimes we don't really take care of it, or we don't really appreciate it that much. But honestly speaking, from a management side, from an internal audit, we really need to go beyond what is only recruited and what the file is. It is very important. It has to be a strategic element whenever we do the review. This compares the risk currently in place versus what is going to be the risk 3 years from now. And you could see here, the first 3 risks is cybersecurity, human capital, business community. But in 3 years from now, we see digital disruption is coming in at the second highest. And it didn't replace actually, it just came the second highest, and then human capital, business continuity also actually came into the picture. Climate change also is something coming, and it has been always recognized as an issue, as a risk. But now it's really scoring 5. With the climate change also, I will take this opportunity to speak about ESG, which is also, we had a recent requirement from the Capital Market Authority on ESG reporting that will start voluntary, and then it will be mandatory for 2024 financial, for the listed companies. Last from my side, this is a very good book I was reading. It's called Beyond Disruption. Beyond Disruption is the same author who actually authored the Red Ocean, Blue Ocean, and eventually they came into Beyond Disruptions. The message that actually coming from this book is we can always innovate and achieve growth without displacing industries, with companies or jobs. And this, when I try to reflect this on what are we trying to do in internal audit, this is pretty much reflected to us. We can really add value to the business without disrupting the business. We can really contribute to the success of the business without disrupting the business. Our insight is very important to too many stakeholders. Stakeholders could be management, could be board, could be regulatory, could be anybody who is interested in internal audit. Our way of doing things is so much important. And the way that we position ourselves will really pay off going forward. With this last note, I thank everybody who actually, again, listened to what we are trying to say. I hope our survey is very insightful. And we will, as we go on today, we will speak about it. We can have other ideas, and we discuss more about the outcome of the survey. Thank you all. Before I leave the stage, I would like to call my colleague, Ustad Abdullah Shbili, also to give a small speech about what are we trying to do in the Arab federations. IA Oman actually joined with other Arab countries to be part of this federation. It was started in 2022, and now we are in 2021, 2022, and I think Ustad Abdullah will give you a little about what we are trying to do. تفضل يا Abdullah. By this, thank you all for your listening.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. سعادة الشيخ عبد الله بن سالم السالمي، الرئيس التنفيذي للهيئة العامة لسوق المال، السيدات والسادة الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. إنما تشهده المنظومة الرقابية بشكل عام ومهنة المراجعة الداخلية بشكل خاص من دعم واهتمام من قبل حكوماتنا الرشيدة، يضع على عاتقنا كجمعيات المهنة مسؤولية كبيرة تكمن في موائمة المخرجات مع متطلبات عالم الأعمال اليوم، وهو ما يتطلب منا العمل المستمر والمتواصل لتمكين المراجعين الداخليين بالقطاعات المختلفة وتزويدهم بالمهارات والأدوات اللازمة والفاعلة للنهوض بمهنة المراجعة الداخلية وتعزيز دورها في المنشآت تحقيقاً للتطلعات ومواكبة للتحول الملموس الذي تعيشه المنطقة العربية اليوم. الحضور الكريم، لقد مرت المهنة بمتغيرات عدة خلال السنوات القليلة الماضية، لذا وفي ظل التحول الذي تعيشه المنطقة أصبحت الحاجة لتطوير المراجعة الداخلية ملحة، ونظراً لموقفها في تعزيز الشفافية ودعمها لرفع كفاءة الأداء ودورها الجوهري في تطبيق الحوكمة الرشيدة، إذ وبفضل من الله تعالى ثم بتكاتف جميع الأعضاء صدرت الموافقة الكريمة بتأسيس الاتحاد العربي لجمعيات المراجعين الداخليين، ليكون منبراً مهنياً نهدف من خلاله إلى الاستفادة من خبرات منسوبي المهنة في الجمعيات الأعضاء ورسم مستقبلها يداً بيد وفقاً لمتغيراتها وتطوراتها الدولية، ورفع مستوى الوعي بمهنة المراجعة الداخلية عربياً وأثرها في العمل المؤسسي لدعم التوجهات الاستراتيجية والتطلعات المستقبلية. وفي إطار تفعيل الأدوار المشتركة بين مجموعة الجمعيات الأعضاء للاتحاد، نسعى إلى إضافة القيمة المهنية العالية لعالم الأعمال وتوفير الأدوات اللازمة للمهنيين لتمكينهم من القيام بأعمال المراجعة الداخلية وفق أعلى معايير الجودة، وليكون هذا الاتحاد منارة مهنية احترافية تجمع قادة المهنة على الصعيد العربي من أجل نشر المعرفة المهنية وعقد شراكات متميزة وفاعلة وتبادل الخبرات وقيادة الرأي المهني عربياً، جنباً إلى تمثيل الجمعيات الأعضاء أمام المنظمات والهيئات المهنية الدولية، وتعزيز الحضور الدولي للاتحاد مدعوما من المنظومات الرقابية المعنية في كل بلد للانسجام مع المنظمات الرقابية على مستوى العالم من خلال صنع الحدث ومن ثم الأثر وبعد ذلك الريادة. وفي الختام لا يسعني إلا أن أقدم جزيل الشكر وخالص الامتنان للأخ رئيس معهد التدقيق الداخلي بسلطنة عمان الأستاذ منير بن محمد المغيري على كريم دعوته لهذا المؤتمر وحسن الضيافة والاستقبال، سائلين المولى عز وجل التوفيق والنجاح لنا ولكم لتحقيق الأهداف المرجوة والتطلعات المأمولة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Mr. Munir, for sharing insights about the latest trends in Oman. We are looking forward for further collaboration between the IIA Oman and other stakeholders. We also thank Mr. Abdullah, as the establishment of the Arab Confederation for the IIAs will help promote and integrate the internal audit community in the Middle East region. It's clear now that we have a lot to explore today. But please give us 5 minutes for the seating arrangement for our next segment. We'd also like to tell you that there is a QR code in each table. You can use and scan it to get the agenda of today's meeting and also the bio for the speakers. Thank you. Now, let's shift our focus to our next segment, which dives into identifying the stakeholders and understanding their expectations. Now, this is a crucial aspect of our discussion, and I'm thrilled to introduce our panelists who will provide their expertise and perspectives. Before we dive into this topic, I'd like to remind our audience that if you have any questions or thoughts you'd like to share, please don't hesitate to ask. So without further ado, let's welcome our esteemed panelists for this segment. Each of them brings a unique and diverse perspective to the table that includes management, board, and audit. Mr. Ali Al-Ma'ni, the Chief Executive Officer of Al-Izz Islamic Bank. Mr. Gharid Al-Lawati, the Chief Audit Executive of Oman Tel. Mr. Haris Matin, a partner in KPMG Advisory Oman. And the moderator for this panel will be Mr. Damien O'Riordan, the Chief Internal Auditor of Bank Muscat.
Everyone, can you hear me? Yeah, great, thank you. I'd like to welcome all of our esteemed guests. Today's session is going to be on clearly internal audit and how we manage stakeholder expectations. I'm delighted to have such a diverse panel with us this morning. We have Mr. Ali Almani, who's the CEO of Aliz Bank, Tagreet Alawati, who's the Chief Audit Executive with Omantel, and Harris Matan, who's partner with the KPMG. All of them, when I was looking at all of their experience, was over 20 years experience, nearly all of them, with experience not only in Oman, but right across the GCC and further afield. What's interesting about today is they'll be able to bring their perspectives and how they view internal audit and their views on what good looks like from an audit perspective and what expectations they have from the role of internal audit. So I'd like to start the first question maybe with Tagreet, just to say, Tagreet, from your perspective, what do you view as the main stakeholders, or who do you view as the main stakeholders for internal audit?
Okay, thank you, Damon. I think internal audit has a lot of stakeholders, starting from the board, audit committee, the executive management, and then we have second line function. And now it's increasing more to also the line management. But the key stakeholders, I believe, is the audit committee and the executive management, because they are the ones who, see the value add and influence that throughout the organization. They have also insight on what's going on in the organization more. So we try to meet the expectations of different stakeholders, but these two remain the key.
Sure. And any tools or methods you use to ensure that you keep communication flows open between those stakeholders?
Yes, we have both some formal sessions, starting with audit committee. We started in recent years to have workshop with the audit committees, aside from the formal meetings. So we have risk audit and sometimes with management and sometimes only the audit committee, where we get their perspectives in a broader aspect. We invite some consultants, also through the inductions. Now, in recent years, we have seen a lot of changes in the audit committee. So having inductions with the audit committee is also important. Like earlier, we used to have inductions more from the management side, making them understand the business. But now we try to have also inductions with the audit committee, sometimes individually and sometimes as an audit committee forum, where we introduce them to what we do, what we have major risks in our reports, what are the follow-up items which are open, what's the organized, as a function, what we are doing, what we are planning for. And this helps a lot in the communication with going forward. From the management side, we have some formal meetings during the planning stage. But I want to emphasize here also on the informal aspect of meeting the management, especially the CXOs or the GMs. Because sometimes in the informal meetings, you get some insights which are not in the formal meetings. Some challenges that they face, some risks that they are facing. Sometimes people are a little bit more reserved in the formal meetings. So having these coffee meetings with the executives, and the same goes with the culture within the department. So the chief can have with the chiefs, VPs, and then at staff level, at manager level. I believe these all meetings help a lot in developing better plan and coverage in the internal audit.
Very good. Harris, a lot of experience across external audit, advisory, and of course, you're doing QA work, the quality assurance reviews. What do you think are the main traits of a good internal audit function?
Sure, thank you, Damien. I think the answer consistently changes. It's not one answer, it's not the same answer as 5 years ago as what we would deem the adequate or baseline traits of an internal audit function or a CAE today. We've been faced with a decade of disruption. Technological advancement, digital drive, new risks, as we just saw from Munir's presentation, that are arising and arriving at the top of our agenda, not only today, but also 5 years from now. So the baseline traits start with independence. We all know and value and understand the independent side of things. But I think it goes beyond that. Excuse me. If I was to pick or just think about the top of mind traits that are important to see and evident from an internal audit function today, I talk about credibility. I talk about, are we credible in the sectors, in the functions, in the areas which we audit or which we intend to audit by way of our internal audit plans? Do we have the skills in-house, or do we have the operating model to be able to enable that and deliver on that promise? I'd look at being agile. We talk about, there's been many publications on agile internal auditing, but what does that really mean? I'd refer back to Munir's presentation, where Munir came up and clearly gave us a view of where and how we're pretty much fixated on our internal audit plan. And sometimes it's about thinking strategically, it's about thinking collectively with the business to understand where the risks are and focus on those and constantly evaluate your position. Are you really going to move the dial from an audit perspective, from a value perspective to the business throughout the year? This is no longer an annual exercise. That's baseline. I think last but not least is we've seen lots of new regulation come out in Oman. We've seen ESG guidelines by the MSX. We've seen mass regulation, sweeping regulation changes from an OIA perspective in Oman. So how do we contend with that as a business? And how in tune are we as internal auditors from that perspective? I think last but not least, I just say one more area, is how coordinated, if I may, coordinated we are with the rest of the business. Are we constantly in connection and driving together with risk management? How close are we working with compliance in the GRC spectrum overall? Are we relying on a single source of data that helps us make those decisions to pinpoint us in the right direction? So those are the 4 or 5, rather, traits that come to mind immediately with that question, Damien.
Can I just touch on one thing you said there about credibility? And you're going to have different audit functions today, different sizes, different maturity levels. What do you think makes an internal audit function credible?
It starts with the right skills and experience to be able to speak the same language as your auditee, let alone the business. If you aren't in any which way, and this is a learning exercise and perceived to be a learning exercise from the business for internal audit, the value will be lost. The conversation will be lost. The findings from an audit perspective will be weak and won't necessarily move the dial. You've got to be able to have a baseline of a domain and sector experience with every conversation, with every audit in your audit plan. Be able to challenge the business, speak the same language, be at the same wavelength to be able to have deeper, more meaningful conversations with your auditee. This is incredibly important.
No, thanks, Harris. Mr. Ali, you're the CEO of one of the leading banks in Oman. What do you think about internal audit as a stakeholder, and what do you think good looks like from an internal audit perspective?
Thanks, Damien. I think internal audit is playing a bigger role that we all know that. I mean, there's no doubt really that on the internal audit roles. In the management point of view, I think the internal audit should play the role of partnership between the internal audit and the management. I think they should be having the right skills when it comes to the stakeholders' management expectation. How to get the buy-in from the different stakeholders, be it internally and externally, regulators, as well as the shareholders represented by the board committees. The internal audits should be well also skilled when it comes to the technology leveraging. Munir's presentation was very clear that there is a lot of area to be improved when it comes to technologies on internal audit, and therefore the internal audit should have the right skills to leverage on the technology that can be used on their day-to-day activities. I think playing the two-way relation between the internal audit and the other stakeholders is the right approach rather than just one way. That will make the relation is a more of a harmony relation between the internal audit. And then I think the internal audit will be used as an advisor more than just conducting a control function within the organization. I think we are lacking to see the audit to be involved as observer and advisor because of that lack of trust between both parties. And I think if we reach to that, the relation can be much professional, and end of the day, it's for the benefit of the organization, because we are trying to address the strategy of the shareholders and achieve these strategies and the goals, and that cannot happen just by having two silos. It has to be two way of discussion. Thanks.
Yeah, no, interesting, and I think we're going to touch on some of those areas later on with some of the questions. If I move on to perhaps just to talk about the Board Audit Committee. I mean, one of the main pillars of corporate governance within any organisation is the Board Audit Committee. So just maybe Tag Reid, you can maybe lead the way and give us what are the main areas you present to the Board Audit Committee every quarter? What are the key areas that they're interested in to hear from you?
Okay, this is one of the broader topics, because internal audit does a lot of work during the year. So when the quarter comes or the year end comes, the challenge comes what to present. I think the first thing is that the internal audit now is expected to show the assurance, but also show what's value that is added to the organization. So in the presentations, what we do is we present the summary of the key findings that we have, the key control recommendations, but we also have the value added aspects presented. We also sometimes theme them, like Munir was explaining, that we have cyber, we have business continuity, we have talent. So sometimes we theme also our presentations along the key risks on what recommendations we give and what are the areas of improvement with management action plan. However, one of the things that we have also introduced is the areas of management acceptance of risk. Sometimes we have different views or different timelines. So we recommend something, the management believes it will take longer. Rather than disagreeing continuously with the management, we present both views to the audit committee. So say, for example, if it's a system that will take 2 years to implement. So what we present, okay, these are the recommendations, these are the risks. The management is having alternate controls, which will not fully mitigate the risk, but at the same time, they will live with this risk. So the audit committee is also aligned, and their perspective is also taken. And this is one of the things that helped us throughout the last 2 years, especially with, if you bring cybersecurity, not all the recommendations can be implemented in 6 months. So presenting management acceptance of risk, theming the reports of internal audit is one of the key things. We also present the follow-up items which are long pending, but we don't present everything. We put them in as a submission, but we create dashboards, and here where the technology helps. So if the audit functions are automated, we're using certain tool where you can present the dashboard. So the value add can be seen in terms of numbers as well. We also present the advisory wherever possible, where Mr. Ali was mentioning, There are certain aspects which are not documented always, like the trusted advisor, but there are certain assignments on advisory that we do. We also present to them, and we also ensure that the independency is not compromised, because sometimes the audit committees have the view that if you are too much involved in advisory functions, it might also impact your independency. So I think building that bridge between the management, us, and the audit committee, that we are trusted advisors, but we are maintaining our independency. So these are the key themes that we present, other than the normal performance indicators and budgets and these things. But here where the real value add from the internal audit comes.
So interesting. I think one of the key areas for any board audit committee, and I can speak from personal experience from both Ireland and Oman, is that audit committees do focus in on the overdue actions, right? Because it almost is a juror. Either if there are too many overdue actions, it almost says that the business aren't taking audit seriously, or they're not taking risk seriously. And then it calls into question both sides of the credibility side, both from the audit side and from the business side. But you've kind of extended that now with the risk acceptance. How has that been received? Has that been well received by the audit committee?
Yes, actually the starting point was that we present these first at the management committee level. So we present with the CEO and chief executives that these are the management accepted risks from our perspective. And sometimes the CEO has his say. So he says okay, you need to mention all the alternative controls. And then we present it to the audit committee. Some of the items are accepted, and some of the items the audit committee pushes the management that if they need budgets or they need resources, then they need to bring them to the board. So they are seen differently from audit committee, but it helped in at least making them understand that there are a few things that will take longer, and if management has the challenges, then let them also present to the audit committee. And usually these are presented in presence of management. So management is also there to have their say on it.
Okay, Harris, similar question to you. You've reviewed probably a lot of audit packs. You've probably presented to a number of audit committees. What do you think good looks like in terms of the audit committee presentation that the auditor is bringing to the audit committee? And what do you think are the main traits of a strong board audit committee?
Sure, thanks, Damien. Again, I think it differs. It's really different for every business. And we see, though, consistently audit committee requirements being more evolving and more precise. As an internal audit professional, I'd say that there's really three aspects that any internal audit or audit committee requires of internal auditors per se. The first is the hindsight. What's happened in the past? What is the core assurance that you can provide them on your business's performance or your auditee performance over the last 12 months from a controls perspective? Then you go into insight, which is your benchmarking, your ability to be able to leverage and bring to the table insight about what is happening in this field, this function, this domain, this sector. And then foresight, the ability to indicate meaningful areas to bring focus of the audit committee and the board. To say, look, these are the areas that are emerging that we need to look at. And this is what yields an effective internal, the audit committee sort of a presentation of our findings. They're not just looking for the assurance aspect, the hindsight aspect. They're really looking today and challenging us on the insight and the foresight that we can provide them to help navigate forward. In terms of what our audit committees asking for, they're asking for us to be very precise. They do not want to be inundated with information. They want to be very precise in terms of what is their agenda, how will we use the next 90 minutes, or in my case, 20 minutes, right? Because that's the only time they give me,
yeah.
Right? But how will you really use this to come up and be able to formulate a view and give them that comfort that the key messages have been received. So I think that's where we're going. We're going to precision and we're going into seeing more of the insight and foresight associated with internal audit reporting to the audit committee.
No, I'd agree. I think that having any meeting that's tight and well organized often depends on the chair also. But that usually means that it's a good meeting if the key risks are getting presented and so on and so forth. Mr. Ali, what do you think what does a good board audit committee look like? Or what traits do you look for from the audit team when they're presenting to the committee?
I'll just tell you from what we expect from the internal audit, because I do sit in an audit committee, one of the companies public listed. I think because we have a responsibility toward representing or assuring that things is going in a good shape on the organization in front of this board of directors. At the end of the day, we have to recommend the financials of the organizations to the board of directors for their final placement. And therefore, it's important for us really to understand what is going on the organization when it comes financially and non-financially. But in my point of view, we really don't need to go to nitty-gritty items that that can be resolved at the management level, okay? But we should be always aware if there is any serious concerns that the organization is going on through. We would like to always be aware of the financial and non-financial risk factors that the company might go through, and then represent it to the board of directors if it may require. I think if the audit is being very well presenting their plans to the board of committee, board audit committee, I think one of the key advantage of that, they might also get the right direction from the board of directors. Involving the management in such discussions also, I see it's a very positive signs, because then they can also get the support if required from the board directly, rather than just keep the issue somewhere where no one is aware about it, or the management is trying to resolve it, but it's not getting really resolved on time and manner. I think it's important to be brought to the attention of the board and ensure that there is a resolution on time.
Yeah, very good. And I think you've all touched on, through the early morning discussion, is independence, right, with internal audit. And we all know how important independence is. I think from the survey, the pulse survey that the IAA did in 2022, it said that 76% of the respondents felt that they were independent, right? 24% felt that they may be challenged in some areas, okay? So stuff like reviewing policies and procedures may be challenged because the growth over control and risk. And also interestingly, I think, and this may be more relevant for the smaller areas where you get people moving into internal audit from the business, and then they have to audit that area, right? So in terms of independence, how do you think organizations, both private and public, ensure the integrity and independence of the internal audit function? And maybe I'll start with Harris on this one.
I think it goes back to awareness. It goes back to the organization understanding what the internal audit function is here to do, how will they operate, and what is their intended purpose, and what is their role within the organization. I feel that spending the last 8 years here in Muscat, working with various different clients, I can tell you that understanding has progressed significantly. From the initial perception of the internal audit function was that they're there for the sake of compliance. They're there for the sake of ensuring that we are abiding by the policies and procedures as set out by the board. And if you compare that with today's general consensus in terms of what is the role of internal audit, the word independence is there in the definition. So it is being understood that the internal audit function is independent and is operating independently. In terms of ensuring it, I think it's a constant reminder. It's advocacy, it's ensuring that we understand it, and we all take some time to remind everyone what the internal audit charter says, right? I think that would be my sort of input into that.
Yeah. Mr. Ali.
I think apart from the delegation of authorities and segregation of duties, the charter and the terms of reference, these are all good, well done. I think it's the responsibility of the leader of that organization to ensure there is really a segregation of duty between the internal audit and the management, and ensure they are independent with no influence from all the levels on the organization and the management. And they should be given that freedom of doing their job. And that's the right approach, in my view. Using them as an advisory on observers with a good understanding relation, that add value. But their independence is must, and that should be built within the DNA of the organization.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think tone from the top, whilst cliched, is absolutely critical, and that support coming not only from the CEO of the organization, but indeed the Board Audit Committee Chairman is really, really important. Tagreed.
Well, as my colleagues have said already, that in terms of charters and these things, that are clearly defined, especially like for us, we are a listed company. But I think where we need to have more dialogue with the committees is on the advisory part again. Because sometimes when we review like the policies and procedures, and then we come and probably audit that area after 2 years, there are certain improvements that we again suggest in these areas. So reviewing them initially doesn't mean that these are like, perfect, or we're not gonna go back to them. So what we do right now is we have also embedded few things when we review these policies on the scope side. So we mentioned that our focus when we review them is on the control aspect and not every end-to-end side of that policy or procedure. So I think that helps, and also, like the independency is something that's always there. But sometimes even the auditors, when it comes to them, sometimes they come back to the CAs and ask like, if they are like at their entry levels or something, okay, shall I advise them? Will it be taken against me because I have told them that? So I think the culture within the internal audit department also should embrace the advisory part, and that your independence is not affected as long as you have, clarity on what you are doing. But the advisory is a role which is internal audit should play further.
Sure, Harris.
I think I just want to add, there's this important thing we've forgotten here, aspect to consider rather, and that's the evolution in our regulation. Our regulation from the CMA, from various aspects, the OIA, over the last 5 years, has allowed us to understand this role better, right? That regulation really drove our understanding and appreciation for why internal audit must be independent. What are the reasons, and what are the safeguards and the clear benefits for the organization from a governance perspective? So I just wanted to add that, because I felt like we forgot we didn't give credit where credit was due.
No, yeah, go ahead.
Point, since we have people also from the public sector, because in Armantel previously we were also doing like the pre-audit function, where the auditor feels like, these are not as per the standards. So in my personal opinion, if this is to be done, I think the teams should be segregated. So if the pre-audit is required in certain organizations, then at least that team should be different from the team who's doing post-audit, so that when they look at the work of whatever has been reviewed, they have a different angle than those people who already did the pre-audit part. However, going forward, I mean, in terms of standards, the pre-audit is not like the internal audit job. It could be a quality function. I'll share one experience we did we used to do the pre-audit of the payroll in Oman till like 15 years back, I would say. And then what we did is when we did the quality assurance, this observation came for the first time that this is not supposed to be done by the internal audit. So we trained a quality team within the HR to do these reviews. And then we audit them frequently. So we audit the quality team, and the quality team does what we used to do as pre-audit. So even we shared with them our checklists, the way we used to do. So this could be different ways of looking at how the pre-audits can be done without affecting the independency of the internal audit.
Okay, very good. I'm going to cover one more area. I think we do have other areas to cover, but we'll cover one more area and then we maybe open the floor to some questions. But just one statistic that struck me, when we look at all of the stakeholders we have in internal audit, there's a board audit committee, board risk committee. I think the panel alluded to earlier on, we've the three lines of defense within the business. So you have the business themselves, our relationship with the second line, you have customers, and you have the wider public, particularly for systemically important organizations, whether they're banks or telecommunication companies, that have a real impact. And it just struck me that, a high percentage of the respondents in 2020 had not allowed for technology audits, right? Which seems to be a little bit scary when we look at where we're going in terms of the way technology is developing. But is technology an area, Tagreed? You cover that as part of your audit plan. Any advice to the respondents out there who may be struggling in this area?
Since I'm the CA of the telecom company, so we established the technology audit department since like 2010. And we have different sort of resources like certified members where we train them on security aspects, on business continuity, and also on the ITGC. I believe that having even at least one resource, one IT auditor within the team is also helpful. Now we know that there is a cost impact embedded in it, but if we going forward, we will have initiatives such as like continuous audit or data analytics. If you have one resource who has lived within the organization and knows where the systems sit and how to, this will be helpful even when you co-source or outsource like continuous audit. Like we are at a journey of like in the continuous audit. The initial stage was that when the party came from outside, we needed to coordinate with the different departments within the organization where the systems sit. So our in-house team was a great help in order to carry out these tasks. And then you can use the co-source or outsource or managed service initially for this area. Also the technology audit, like, they help in the ITGCs initially and then they can like elaborate more on the cybersecurity, on the data privacy, because now there are data privacy rules also getting there. So having at least resources within the team and then getting the help from outside is very crucial. But here I want to also say like audit committees also need to support this. They should not see it as only a cost that we are adding one resource or two resources, because IT resources are also sometimes expensive in terms of like, if they are certified in security and data privacy. But at least having one, I would say, as minimum will be a great help. And we have seen it in our organization since we have like, the telecom network and the systems and how do they integrate. And I'm sure the other organizations are also with the vision of 2040. We are going through the digitalization. So having these resources are really helpful for the future of the audit departments.
Sure. Mr. Ali?
I think if you go back to the survey and you will see the top 5 risk factors is one of the two is the cybersecurity and the digital disruption. Yeah. From the survey, it shows that still here in our country, the internal audit is not leveraging that much on technologies. I think because we have been into a lot of manual works and monitoring tools. It's the time for us to move to the digital. If you want to function and make sure that the internal audit functioning perfectly fine in the cybersecurity and prevent the digital interruptions and data privacy, I think they need to deep dive more in technology. Having an IT expert person in audit, or having an independent function itself within the internal audit that can really add value in evaluating the company's cybersecurity threats, IT information securities threats. We all know most of the organization now start establishing departments called ISO. Some organization, they have an IT security within their IT departments. Who's auditing these two functions? I mean, they can't just, ISO can play the regulatory part of it, and the IT security, the implementation, the execution. Somebody need to monitor these two functions. And then you cannot just let it be handled by a general audit person. He should be experienced person in IT, in cybersecurity, and deep dive in these areas. In my view, I think the way forward, our audit reports will start really increasing, having a lot of issues related to technology. Not only related to the traditional way of doing a transaction, for example, because most of the organizations are moving to the digital. Digital transformation became the key strategy for each organization these days, for many reasons. Then you should expect a lot of issues in this area. So if you don't have the right audit team who's going to really evaluate, deep dive, and understand this digital transformation thoroughly, I think we will have a problem to identify the issues. And don't forget one more thing, that any issue related to technology, I think the severance of it is more than a traditional issue. Do a small transaction issue, you can still fix it, but do an incident in technology, it can shut down the whole organization.
For sure.
And it can cost a lot of money. So to that level, it's critical. So those organizations who just want to put a small unit or one staff in their internal audit, I don't think it will be sufficient going forward. And they need to equip their team heavily when it comes to technology.
So challenging. So you're expecting your auditors to, they have to be reviewing ISO and the frontline IT security, but also doing their own work to independently look for vulnerabilities themselves. So yeah, absolutely. Harris.
I couldn't agree more with both Ali and Zagreed on this. I think we've covered most of it in the sense that IT, digital, tech risk is our risk today. If you look at any survey for any country or at a global level, you'll see that tech risks comprise our top 10 risks. And we need to take a cold and hard look at ourselves to see, where are we in that journey? Are we prepared? Do we have the skill sets in-house or by way of an operating model to service this risk, to address this risk, to be able to provide independent assurance, credible independent assurance over these risks? And my own survey is that we're not ready. We're far from it. Most internal audit functions in the private or public sector, or publicly listed for organizations, do not currently have this capability at large. And there's lots of work for us to do to be able to be credible in that domain. If we're expected to move away from hindsight, which was my earlier point, and move into insight and foresight, guess what? We're going to have to get better at this. And we're going to have to equip ourselves pretty quickly to be able to drive value and be relevant to the business going forward.
Yeah, just my own experience just from our own bank is that, and I just wanted to touch on what Mr. Ali said, is that from an internal audit IT perspective, we do have an independent unit within, we have our IT team that look at the IT audit team who look at the ISO and the frontline IT security. But this team also look at independently try to look for vulnerabilities, but they actually act as a provider to the other audit functions in terms of data, because I think the days of, random sampling, taking 30 files out of a closet and going through them are done, right? We're now looking at auditing population sizes. So there are challenges there. I think everyone has to look at their own organization and see what best fit they have. But certainly, I think it's an area, and even ourselves, we're still not there, right? We still need to be looking at this area and improving it, no matter what maturity level we're at. So that's, I think, probably time now, if we could like to open up the floor to some questions for the panel. I'm not sure if I think we have mics down there that we can share around. Any questions, please?
Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Ravi. I'm the head of internal audit in Oman Cement. We have a team size of 4, and thank you very much for this. I was looking for IT audit, so my question is that for a team size of 4, like Oman Cement, what do you recommend that one IT auditor will add value, or we need to outsource? Because right now we are outsourcing some other partners like Big Fours to help us in IT audit.
Okay, who would like to take that?
So I'm probably not independent. I probably have but I think you should most certainly assess your plan, Ravi. You need to look at your plan. You need to make sure you can credibly lend and deliver on that plan basis your internal resource. And if not, there's many other sort of ways in which you can cover those areas on your audit plan, right? Whether it's co-sourcing, outsourcing, using guest auditors, there's lots of different ways you can explore. But certainly, it all depends on where your plan is and what your plan asks for. But we'll wait for the RFP in that case.
Okay. No, maybe I have to take the question differently, maybe. Not from the consultant side. Basically, Mike say that if one IT auditor is there in a company, so whether he will be able to satisfy the requirement of the audit committee, or I think some of them or your panelists said that one IT auditor will not add value. Maybe we need to have experts because IT is too vast. One cannot solve. So a team has to be there.
Well, I think you need to first assess the maturity of the organization in terms of how much they are digitized. So if the organization overall has been automated and there is a digital transformation, you might start with one, but you build with a case with the audit committee that you will co-source first, for example. So you will have one, you might have one fresh graduate, because we need to look at also the tone from the audit committee. If they are a little bit easy on the budget side, then you can, if not, then you can have one fresh graduate, because the young fresh graduates, they are also very much, those who are really interested. They are a good start point as well with one senior resource. And then you can see your needs, because if you suddenly go with a department with 5 people, the audit committee will not gonna accept it easily. But if you build the case, like, where you have one senior resource and you build on fresh graduates, now fresh graduates, they have a lot of potential, and we have seen it within the department. And then you can co-source initially. Then depending on the value that is coming out from the audits, you might convince the audit committee on what is your really requirements. Because sometimes you end up having 5 resources, but the organization is still having a lot of manual functions. So I think the maturity of the organization in terms of the systems and digitization is also a key factor and then you also get a dialogue with the CEO. Sometimes the CEOs sitting in the committee, if they also see a value coming out of their these audits, they can also have discuss with the audit committees on the need. But I would recommend initially you have like one resource with a fresh graduate, co-source, and sell your value to the audit committee.
Mr. Ali?
I think it's all, you need to evaluate how sophisticated your environment, your IT environment. If it is sophisticated and you depend a lot on the technologies, then you need a resource. As Taghreed said, I think as a starting point, for a company who have not done it before, it sounds good, but then there are other activity where this person will not be able to do it alone, then you need to outsource it. You need to get the support from an external vendors who can do a regression test, vulnerability text, security review, and everything for you, and that will not cost you much. It's important to have somebody. Trust me, it's important. I came across to a discussion with one of my colleagues where he said, our organization want to establish this area. They put somebody from the archival department there, and then they had a serious cybersecurity attack, where then that person was not able to really do anything, and the organization went for a shutdown. And now they are ready to invest on their technologies, and they are ready to invest on their resources. So you don't need to wait till you reach to that stage. You need to action from now. That's our advice.
I think just from my side, fundamentally, you need to go back to your risk assessment. Look at where all the risks are. Take a risk-based approach. I know it's cliched stuff, but in our bank we've 12 IT auditors, okay, and 3 in an analytics team separately. And I think, as Mr. Ali said, that's just to cover the risks that we believe we have in terms of the coverage of the audit plan that we need to deliver. So having one person, I think you need to look at that, maybe the depth, and maybe taking that co-source, outsource model, or at least have one person with the support of the partner behind to give the advice and depth might be a good approach. Any other questions?
Good morning.
I think we've got time for one more question.
Hi.
Please.
Hi, my name is Saleh Al-Mahdouri. I'm the Chief Internal Auditor of Electricity Sector, NAMA Group. My question is with regards to the area, I think it hasn't been touched upon, which is the fraud risk, fraud and whistleblowing. It's very important, obviously, area that needs to be looked at from all the stakeholders. And my question is perhaps to Harris on what do you think the expectation of the audit committees or the boards on the fraud activity and whistleblowing as in general, and how is it expected from the internal audit functions to participate to deter or to basically help in detecting or maybe perhaps the fraud. For Taghreed is perhaps how do you handle it within your team in terms of when fraud gets detected or when somebody is whistleblowing any let's say misconduct. And the same goes for Mr. Ali, is how do you, as a CEO of a bank, how actually do you view the whistleblowing activity within your organization? How do you pursue, and how stringent it is when certain things are found, even if it means it's a less on the misconduct and it's more on the behavioral side?
Sure. So thanks, Saleh. That's a really good question. There's lots of guidance and lots of rather papers written and actually issued by the IIA in terms of what is our role with respect to our role, what I mean is internal audit's role with respect to fraud. It really depends on the maturity and the size of the organization we're talking about, right? For certain organizations regionally, there is a subset of the organizations that looks at fraud, financial crime, etc. But for internal audit, we have a role to play, right? So the natural inclination of any audit committee, executive management, is to say, well, where's the internal audit? As soon as something like this is brought up, which is an unfortunate part of our business. It happens everywhere. It's a reality. But what is our role? Our role is to either administer a process whereby an expert is appointed who is a certified fraud examiner or an accredited provider, or the expectation can also be to be involved from an investigation perspective, support. But nonetheless, there's a concept called fraud risk management that's becoming very prevalent for internal audit functions everywhere, which is not only doing a risk assessment from your traditional kind of scope for a risk assessment, but it's also putting the fraud scenario analysis or fraud risk assessment lens on the same to identify areas within our business where leakage, fraud, by definition, may happen. So these are our roles, in my point of view. It all depends on where you are and what your organization structure looks like, and what does your charter say, right? But internal audit is, by virtue of its nature, involved and has to be consulted to support any forensic investigation. And there's numerous such cases that come to our attention here in Oman.
Well, I'll just add on the maturity, as you mentioned. I think the first part is that the internal audit should play a role in terms of awareness and strengthening the second line functions. So as Harris said, that when a fraud is detected, it's always looked at where are the auditors. So I think we need to strengthen first the second line functions. Like in telecom, we have revenue assurance and fraud investigation. That's a second line function. There are also other, like the controls at the finance side, for example. They are also seen sometimes as second line function for the business. So here where our awareness and also what we have seen from our audit, we need to see that the controls are in place. Of course, fraud detection and areas of red flag should also be seen by us, like in audit. So when we are doing an audit, we need to see the red flags around the area that we are auditing. In terms of whistleblower, I think whistleblower and embracing whistleblower is a very good governance part, and this also has to come from the top. Like the audit committee needs to also support in strengthening the whistleblower, because sometimes it's a joint effort between the internal audit and the compliance side. Now, in terms of banking sector, probably the role of compliance is more clear. For other industries, like compliance can be also part of whistleblower. Initially, the journey might be that you will be receiving a lot of whistleblowers, which are, you need to work on them, and the end result is not there. But with time, you will get also some value-added whistleblower, where you will see some indicators of fraud or misconduct. Also, strengthening the code of conduct is very important. The declaration, annual declaration of code of conduct is very important. Now with the technology, I mean, it should be an automated process where you need to declare on yearly basis the code of conduct, the related party transactions within the organizations. Also embedding your procurement process in the related party. Because ultimately sometimes there is no direct fraud, but there is an indirect indicators of related party transactions and misconduct. So working on the governance part, internal audit should play a role there. Red flags, whistleblower, yes. In terms of investigations, again, it depends from organization to organization. Last year, I attended a conference in Brussels where there were different views of where audit should sit in investigations, because some people see we're supposed to be trusted advisors, and then we sit first line in the investigation. So maybe in certain articles or readings, you can see that CAs or the audit sits in the investigations related to whistleblower, while if there are like frauds at a different lower level, maybe they can be dealt with the legal department, and then the feedback can be given back to the audits. So that's for
Mr. Ali.
Thanks, Saleh. I think I will not add more on what Haris and Tagreed said. I will just take you through our experience when it comes to the fraud in banking sector. It's slightly different, to be honest with you, than any other sectors, because here it touched the financial system itself. So there's a different level of how to handle the fraud in our area. There is a critical frauds that that might happen where it require involvement, not only the audit, but then it's compliance and risk and regulatory like central bank or CME, and sometimes external regulatories like the economic crimes at the ROB level. So because it involves the financial sector, at some time it can also involve the TRA, and it can also involve other banking sector itself, because it can be very serious damage. The internal frauds that doesn't involve serious financials, good to have the audits around us. At least they might look at it from a different perspective, you know, and they might also use it as a tool to prevent future incidents, you know, and I can't add more because the team have really explained it very well here.
No, thank you. I think it's a very good question, and probably a topic where we'll have a future panel talk on that one, because I think there's a lot in it. So that brings us to the end of this session. I'd just like to thank the panel. Some very good contributions there, and I hope you've all taken something away from this morning's session. So we'll wrap it up there, and we'll pass on to the next stage of the conference. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The panel discussion has highlighted the vital role the internal audit plays in meeting stakeholders' expectations. We've gathered insights on the challenges and strategies involved. Let's continue to foster strong, transparent partnerships to ensure success. Thank you to our panelists who have participated in the previous panel discussion. On behalf of the IIA Oman chapter, we would like to congratulate everyone who took part in the 2023 Building Awareness Champion Program. This represents your team's hard work, and it is all because of your full commitment, dedication, and participation. We hope to continue promoting and building a strong internal audit community. The IIA Oman is pleased to present the 2023 Building Awareness Champions Awards. Each year, we recognize those who have demonstrated an exceptional commitment to promoting the internal audit throughout Internal Audit Awareness Month, which we celebrate every year in the month of May. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah Salmi on stage to present the awards. I would also like to welcome on stage Mr. Munir Al-Mughiri, President of IIA Oman, and Mr. Ahmed Mahmoud, Advocacy Committee Chairman.
And now we will call the winners to the stage. OQ Group. Asyad Group. Nama Group. The State Audit Institution. Jalfar Engineering and Contracting. Oman Tel. Omnifest. Oman Development Bank. Vodafone Oman. Phoenix Power Company. OQ8. Vodafone Oman. Asiad Group. Deloitte. Oman Cement Company. Dhufar Generating Company. Let's hear a big round of applause for the winners. The IIA Oman would like to also present a token of appreciation to the following guests. Mr. Ali Al-Mani, CEO of Al-Izz Bank. Mr. Haris Mateen, a partner in KBMG Advisory Oman. The token will be received by Mr. Aqil Al-Lawati. The IIA Oman would also like to present a token of appreciation for His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah Salmi, the guest of honor for today's event. We've had a fantastic session so far, but I'm happy to announce that it's coffee break time now. Use this time to socialize, make new friends, and discuss your coffee adventure. Who knows, you might find your new coffee buddy. Please be back in your seats by 11:30. Thank you so much.
خلاص اوكي. ليش؟ ايه مركب لحظة وش اخليه اكستند ولا دوبليكيت؟ باوربوينت. صبر لا ما يسوي في الشاشة. check now. الغامضة يكون فصله، لا يكون فصله، لأنه هنا ظاهر البرزنتيشن اللي هو شغلنا من هناك، لهذا هو مسوي سويتش ما مغير. اي لكن ما مغير، هو مغير لازم يسوي له انبوت جديد هذا. زين ظاهر مالي هذا، ظاهر يعني هذاك وهو مسوي لنا ظاهر هنا. كده تسوي بلينكينج. ايوه تسوي بلينكينج. لا حتى الشاشة من اللابتوب تسوي بلينكينج، لكن أقول لك الشاشة بتاعتي اكستند، لازم تسوي اكستند. لكن الشاشة جاية ظاهر بس الخلفية سلايد دوبليكيت ولا سلايد. Yeah, working. Duplicate is working. ليش نضيف منه هذا؟ ليش نضيف منه؟ Yeah, extend is also working now. Extend ولا working now it is working. No. Okay, slide. Wait. Yeah, working. Perfect. خلي stand by. Yeah. When you want that video, tell us play that video. Okay? Okay. Chat give you. Okay. Done.
Welcome back, everyone. We hope you had a chance to recharge during the break. As we continue our program, get ready for some exciting sessions ahead. We have inspiring keynotes, address, and great discussions lined up. Thank you for being part of this event. In times where change and innovation are constant companions, the landscape of internal audit is no exception. Okay. We'll just wait for everyone to join back. عليكم السلام حياك الله كيف الحال؟ هنا زين؟ كده زين هنا؟ Hello, can I ask everyone to please be seated? We will commence our session shortly. So thank you again for coming back from the break. I hope you had a chance to recharge. As we continue our program, get ready for some exciting sessions and inspiring keynotes. In times where change and innovation are constant companions, the land of internal audit is no exception. As we seek to understand the ever-evolving areas of finance, governance, and risk management, we are privileged to have with us a thought leader who will shed light on the trends, technologies, and strategies that will shape the audit landscape in years to come. Let us extend our heartfelt appreciation to Mahendra Kumar Kiani, Director and Head of Next Gen Governance, Risk and Compliance Services, KPMG Middle East, for joining us today and sharing their wealth of knowledge.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you are having a very nice session today. I'm sure, actually, I myself was attending the first few sessions, and those were enlightening. I want to start off with thanking the IIA for providing me this opportunity to speak on this, or rather share my views on this all-important subject. I also want to thank each one of you for coming over here, because I totally believe with the collective wisdom that lies in this room, we can achieve anything. And I kind of literally mean that. So starting off with a short brief about myself, I'm Mahendra. I'm a director with Governance, Risk, Compliance, and Sustainability team in KPMG. I have built and I lead what we call as Next Gen GRCS. Next Gen GRCS is our digital incubation center where we work on various GRC service offerings and try to digitize them, internal audits being one of them. I have myself built several proprietary solutions, be it for KPMG Lower Gulf or global, and some of the use cases specifically relating to internal audit is what we plan to discuss today. So this is how, this is what I thought is the best way of discussing this topic. And please feel free to let me know in case we want any adjustments or anything. So we'll start off with some of the obvious things, like why digital adoption or data analytics is critical for businesses in general, but very specific to internal audit. We will next go a little bit into technology 101, where we would understand the basic infrastructure, very little, to be able to utilize that well to build a robust internal audit data analytics team, okay? And this is what we are going to do most. So we'll look at actual use cases, and after the initial setting up of base, actually I'll not go through the presentation. We'll look at the live case studies or live tools and demos on how internal audit can be moved to the internal audit of future using various use cases. And in the process, we'll start off with something very simple, which we have been hearing for ages, which is around continuous audit. But these use cases will go to artificial intelligence to generative AI as well, which is the new buzzword today. So with that, let me start off with the session. I believe all of us would agree, like disruption is the only constant. Like this change is the only constant. Disruption is also the only constant. Even for the disruptors. Let's take an example, Netflix. Netflix at one point was a disruptor when it came to video rental business. But these disruptors today are also getting disrupted by Instagram, which is user-generated content, right? So nobody can win by staying at the same place. And when we look at internal audit, I believe internal audit has not really taken that quantum leap when it comes to digital technologies, wherein actually digital technologies can provide faster, better, and sometimes cheaper alternative to traditional audit approaches as well. And the risk we are talking about here is that the perceived value or perceived stakeholder value of internal audit can very easily get undermined if we don't adopt to these technologies. I'll put this in a context over here. I believe a lot of us who were in our 90s would remember how music was consumed, right? We had those cassettes. Some of you might not have seen those cassettes, but they existed, and a lot of us over here would agree. My daughter has not seen a cassette, by the way. Those moved to CDs. From CDs, we moved to DVDs. Then iPod came in, and now we barely see any cassettes. So this was the digital revolution of 1995 I'm talking about. Came 2005, and similar things happened. Like another example I would like to take, like we used to go for annual holidays, and we had a kind of family travel agent who used to book hotels for us, who used to book tickets for us, be it flight tickets, train tickets, so on and so forth, right? But with booking.com and those kind of things coming in, these businesses do exist, but they don't exist in the same form as they used to back in 2005. Similarly, 2015, like many businesses came in, Uber came in, which revolutionized automotive, e-commerce sites revolutionized retail businesses. And now what we are seeing is, like with ChatGPT or generative AI coming into picture, next 2-3 years is going to be disruption on all fronts. So there are going to be no safe havens, so as to call it. There was this very simple study which KPMG did. Here we classified companies into 4 categories. There are old schools who have not really started transforming. Then there are contemporaries. These are the companies who have started their digital transformation journey, but would take, let's say, 2 to 3 years more. Then there are few of them where digital disruptions happened earlier, and they have already transformed, like the e-retailers and all. And then there are players who have actually born in this era, in the digital era. The players like Airbnb and so on. And as you can see, in the next 2 years, there would be a significant shift that would happen from traditional, wherein which have not really started their journey, to the ones who are moving towards digital. And this is going to happen very, very quickly in next couple of years. Long story short, what's the message for us as internal auditors? The message is pretty clear. A lot of us have actually done almost half of our careers doing traditional way of audits, but that may not be sustainable beyond next few years. So time has come to change. Now, going next, I wanted to do this technology 101 before we actually look at the real life use cases across the internal audit lifecycle. This would be a quick 2 minutes thing because so that all of us can build our understanding before we look at how technology can change the way we do internal audit. So if I have to simplify any technology system, and you all would be able to relate with it, it has 3 layers: the experience layer, the process layer, and the system layer. Now, it always starts off with the experience layer. Experience layer is like the app that you are using, or like a dashboard that you are using, or even like, let's say you are going to office. How do you enter? You use biometric. The device that is giving you biometric access is the experience layer, which you are feeling, okay, which you can see. Now, each of the experience layer gets powered by a process layer. What is this process layer that we are talking about? Process layers is very specific to different line of businesses, and these power the experience layer. So taking the same example forward, when the employee went in and pushed in his biometric, the process says that if this person has access and lies in the approved access list, open the door. Okay, so that's what the process layer does. Another example can be when you go to buy. The point of sale devices are the experience layer, and the invoice generation in the point of sales devices is the process layer, where the process automation is happening. And then comes the system layer, which is where key for us or key for all the solutions would rise. So system layer is where all this data is getting stored. Okay. And typically, there are multiple processes. So system layer can have your ERP system where employee database is there, all your sales record are there, or when employee logged in, at what time him or her logged in, that access log is lying. So if you look at your system layer, you would have a lot of data, and most of the technology solutions which, let's say, finance uses or HR uses are built on system layer. Because here you can break the barriers. So take an example where an employee, you can look at the Active Directory and see when was the employee active. Has he tried to access the office, or has he or she tried to access any system after the last working day? So you are using data from 2 different sources. Or let's say if an employee is also registered in a supplier database, right? So this broadly is understanding of any system. Now next, what I would do is we'll discuss the use cases, and then we'll look at the live tools on how this can be built, okay? Now, this is an IA conference, so I have specifically limited the use cases to the internal audit journey as well. This is typically any internal audit journey, right? We have 3 stages. We have the audit planning. At the start of the year, we do risk assessment. We identify audit areas. Then there is an execution layer. And then finally, there is the reporting layer. Okay. Now, let us see how using technology, we can actually enhance performance across the entire internal audit journey. Starting off with the risk assessment. Now, this is typically the process that I've seen for risk assessment being followed with government entities in UAE, where I've worked for most of my life. At the start of the year, we do a risk assessment exercise workshops. We determine the residual risk based on sample transactions. We are not really doing a complete analysis before identifying the audit areas, right? But what if I say, if we empower through audit analytics to identify potential risks in each of those areas? That can be one. The second can be specifically applicable for a big group company where you have 20 or 30 entities. Can we perform a financial ratios analysis to identify which entities are more at risk and then which areas we should focus on? So these 2 examples now I will actually show you through a live tool. Okay, perfect. So this is very similar to a CACM, just a little more powered. It also has a robotic process automation, so it will allow to send emails as well, because that's where the technology is moving. It has moved ahead from those days, okay? So we spoke about usages of continuous audit and risk assessment. So let's say if we have to do a procurement audit, right? Now in a procurement audit, as a chief audit executive or as a senior audit executive, what you would want to see first. This is what you typically want to see first, right? What is the overview of this process? So I have taken the procurement as an example. I'll probably go back so everybody can follow. So I went to procurement as a process, okay? And then I went to overview. And this gives the complete snapshot of the procurement department's performance for those 6 months. So what's the time taken between a PR to PO, PO to GRN, GRN to invoice? What are the number of purchase orders raised? Values of those POs, month-wise details, number of vendors. What are the top materials, top vendors? Where are my vendors located? And this is all dynamic. So instead of top 5, if I want to see, no, I want to see top 3 vendors only. If I do this, it will actually summarize it for top 3. I want to see where is this material getting bought from, this iron ore. I click on it, it will show this is the vendor, okay? And this is where the vendor was located. Or I just want to see the services. So I'll exclude and I'll just look at services, and then I'll look at the service vendors and everything, right? So this gives a very good starting point, but this is not where it ends. So now, even in audit testing, it can be effectively utilized. I'll take a simple example of duplicate vendor code tests, because in a procurement audit, we do that every time. So these are duplicate vendor codes based on bank details, VAT registration numbers, so on and so forth. We can get into details of these vendors, which are those vendors, and have a look. We can extract it from over here to an Excel sheet for analysis. Then there are other exceptions, such as vendors which were created on weekend. Now, keep this in mind, vendors created in weekend is not a red flag on itself, but we will utilize it as we move forward. Now, another thing I want to show in this was, there are these 8 KPIs I went through. This summarizes the performance around the duplicate vendor code. So these are the codes based on bank details, anything, right? Based on VAT details. Now, I want somebody to analyze this information. Now, using Power Automate or RPA, you can actually send this as an email, which I'll do it live right now. So I clicked on this particular case, or you guys can choose anything. I have clicked on this case, and I'm just triggering an email alert from the dashboard. And what you would see is this would get triggered. And now, if we wait for the next 30 seconds, this is my mailbox connected right now, you would see an email that would come in with the exact number of exceptions in those particular category, what is the risk, and a link for the dashboard. So, see, the email is here. This is the time email was received. It has been received just now, 11:55 a.m. And you see it says that out of this many cases, and access this particular link to validate those scenarios, right? So coming back to the case that we were discussing, which was around vendors created on weekend. Now, how we can combine, because typically what happens, we perform one analysis, and then we want to see if we combine this with next analysis, what would be the output? So if I go to purchase orders, while it has many queries, such as splitting of PO to avoid delegation of authority, same materials procured at different rates, there is one query which says that POs are created on weekend. Now, if I want to see which are the vendors that were also created on weekend and the POs also raised on the same weekend, you can combine these two, and then you will get these two exceptions. So it increases the efficiency or the kind of analysis or gaps which manually it would have been very difficult to obtain. So this is one example. Like I said, it can be used for internal audit execution as well as risk assessment. Now, the second example I spoke was on the financial ratios. This is specifically for this use cases if you are a large conglomerate, if you are a large group, okay, and there are multiple entities, which entities to focus on, right? So in this one, when I go to dashboard, what you would see is that there have been, the dashboard has been broken down into sectors, and then you are seeing certain charts, right? Now, what does these charts depict? We'll get into the details of it. So there is healthcare, agri, aviation, and then each entity has a risk assessment score, which is derived based on multiple ratios. These ratios include the operating performance ratios, concentration ratios, like if an entity has 20% of revenues compared to the whole group, that entity is more important, right? So if I go to, let's say, healthcare or HC in this case, you would see it gives, there are these concentration ratios, which is loan percentage compared to groups. So in the group, how critical these entities are. Their profitability, working capital, and then there is a detailed analysis as well. So it just didn't identify which are my most critical entities for review, but also what are the areas. So let's say this company 34, right? As you can see, if I click on it, it would say that out of 1.6 billion revenues, this entity contributes 645 million, but its debtors turnover days is more than 360 days. So it takes almost a year to collect the money. So now you went from the whole group to sector, to entity, then which audit area to audit. And these can be very good inputs for risk assessment exercise. I'm sure audit committee, when you go with these specific pointers, would value these kind of inputs, right? So this was another use case that I wanted to talk about. Moving back to the presentation, since we said that it has to cut across journey, we covered two specific use cases right now around risk assessment and execution. Another use case that I really found very relevant, purely from internal audit perspective, was relating to segregation of duties. Like, are there any people in the organization who have access to create a purchase order and book an invoice as well? Right? Typically, as part of internal audit, we do this more kind of a process conflict check. But can we do this at a system level? And that's what logical access rights actually does. So what we can do is, for this one, I'll just give a little bit of theory to be able to understand this well. So typically, all the major ERPs, be it Oracle, Microsoft Dynamics, SAP, have standard rule sets, which define that if a person has access to this particular transaction code, which means it can raise a purchase order. If this person has access to this particular transaction code, it means it can raise a invoice, right? So what we do is we use that rule set and then look at who has all the accesses, and through system you identify all the SOD conflicts. And since rule sets are common, you can do it pretty much in like fractions of the time in which humans could have done otherwise. So if I show you the exception, see, this is based on a simulated data. Typically, you will get 8 or 10 exceptions for conflict of rights, but it has 848,000 exceptions for just 90 roles. Because this can create almost any kind of potential conflict scenarios, since it uses technology, right? So, and then if I want to say in procurement department, how many exceptions, it would say how many roles, how many users. If I want to say not just exceptions, tell me if they have executed those transactions also. So I can just do yes to those transaction codes, and it shows that these transactions have actually been executed, wherein this user had created an item in the service master and created a purchase order for the same material as well, right? Similarly, like multiple high risk, you can do filtering around with the users. You can do filtering at a high risk level, because if you want to focus just on high risk areas, right? So this was another use case I wanted to speak about. The next thing I wanted to talk about was on the reporting leg. And that's where I believe the chief audit executives really look at. I mean, internal audit report is one of the key medium through which we interact with the organization or larger stakeholders. Can the way we present internal audit reports be changed? And that's where this use case is. This is not technologically very difficult to do, but it really bridges that gap where you are upping the game a bit. So this is an internal audit report for a procurement process. Again, if I go to the vendor management example, you would see on the right-hand side, it's similar to any other internal audit report. So there is an observation, root cause, impact, recommendation, action plan. And the left-hand side has all the relevant charts. And if I want to filter over here, I want to see what are the duplicate vendor codes. You will see everything got updated over here, and it also gives the exceptions. So these are the duplicate vendor codes with based on bank details. I click on it. Then I want to see were there any payments clear to them. So it shows, yes, there were 203 open invoices, 223 paid invoices to these vendors. So it can, since the data table is same, you can do any kind of analysis almost on the click of a button. And similar to the previous one, like you can actually drill through to those transactions. So if I want to see which are these 72 transactions, I can go in detail and it will show line item-wise transactions, right? So this was in terms of internal audit report. Similarly, I think audit committee is another area where we really want to make sure it is concise, but at the same time, we have all the information available on a click of a button. So this is for audit committee insights that we can do something similar using any BI tool. So it gives an overview in terms of what are the risks, the risk ratings, are there any high-risk observations that are open, what is the overall audit status and the rating for those areas. If I want to see what are these 13 high risks, if I click on it, it would show a summary of it. If audit committee wants to get into any detail of any observation, we just go to that observation. We click on a button and it will give a complete observation detail, right? So this was in terms of presentations and analytics. The last thing I wanted to talk about was generative AI, the ChatGPT, okay? I will just show a video, and after that, I will speak about some of the use cases. I can't show them right now because they are in our sandbox environment, but we'll speak about some of the use cases. So what I'm going to do is I'll just show you this particular live case. So right now it is using the public model of ChatGPT. After the video, I'll show you like how it can be done in a secure company environment. So similar thing that I did last time, I went into details of each of those gaps, right? What we'll do, we'll export this data. And when we export this data, we are doing summarizing of the data. And you would see it went to an Excel file. From the Excel file, there would be straight copy paste. It will go to the public model. And we'll paste it, and we'll just give a one prompt saying, convert it to a table format, okay? It will very quickly convert it to the table format. And once it has done that, that's where the second prompt comes in, that add observation, root cause, recommendation, assuming it's an internal audit report, okay? This would very quickly, powerfully do it. Before even you can read, it would be able to perform that task. And then this can go back to the internal audit report that we had seen, okay? The reason of showing this video was just that generative AI can actually analyze a lot of things. And we are working, like I personally work on a lot of use cases at a personal level also. So we work on a lot of use cases where this model, everybody knows that ChatGPT is owned by Microsoft, right? So the ChatGPT model is also available in the Azure landscape, which is available with all the organizations. And you can train it to write audit reports. So the future would be like you are just asking that this is the observation, the report would be written. There would be, I already showed you the RPA power where you are just clicking, the email is going with the report link. The report link is actually talking. You can click on it. The user can directly right-click, download report, so on and so forth. We are working on something. I remember like fraud was one of the big areas that was discussed in last panel. So like generally, how does the fraud investigation happen? Somebody looks at emails one by one, getting bored at it, right? So you can actually train a bot. And right now, I can show you with ChatGPT, it's pre-trained, but you will have to train the bot in your environment. Otherwise, the information will go to the OpenAI model. And then you just have to put the emails in a folder. It will read all the emails and tell you, okay, open the, email number 4, open email number 10, and open email number 12. And that's it. So this way, like I said, I wanted to make it more kind of a live session rather than theory. So this was it from my side. We are open to questions now.
Hello. Thank you, Mahendra, for a great insight to the future of internal audit. I think you have given a shock of life for many of who are attending, giving maybe some of them got shocked that they will get replaced the way RPA, robot process automation, or ChatGPT or AI is going to take over some of the tasks of the internal auditors going forward. It's really good, but one question is it a tool what KPMG implements with the client, or how is it?
Okay, so the reason this was getting so easily integrated to your Teams or Outlooks was that these are all solutions that are built on Microsoft Suite. Okay, so the screens that you are seeing was front-end Power BI dashboard. The entire analysis engine was SQL engine, which is there in all the organization. I think if IT people are who are here, they would agree that out of 100 organizations, 99 would be using SQL Server to store the data. Okay, so these are not really tools. These are solutions which are built on different tools, which are typically provided by Microsoft. Like the last one, the use case that we saw, ChatGPT one. Although the example was of public cloud, but ChatGPT model exists even in your system if you activate the Microsoft Azure services. So typically you will have your own model. So the short answer to it is that tools are all pre-existing tools. It's the development of it. Yeah, please.
Thank you.
Hi. As you mentioned, there is logical access, like to segregation of duties, like you mentioned for procurement. Who create purchase order should not be the same person who is like booking for a voucher. So how we can give this command to ChatGPT to differentiate between these two?
Okay, so actually for this, you don't really need to go to ChatGPT. SAP, Oracle, Microsoft all come with the preset rules. So there is a rule book which says that a person should not have access to the masters and transactions. So it would also have a rule where saying somebody who can create a vendor code should not be able to create a purchase orders. So ERP systems come with those standard rules. And the only thing we automated over here was, humanly, it's impossible for you to look at 50,000 rules and create in what scenarios it would be not possible. So let's say even if you have access 1 to 5, now conflict can happen when you have access of 1 and 2. But the scenarios 1 and 2 is, you can have access to 1 and 2, 1 and 3, 1 and 4, 1 and 5, then 2 and 3, 2 and 4. And when you have hundreds of accesses, it becomes a very complicated matrix. So that's what technology does. It creates all the possible scenarios where you can't really think how you can do it. Otherwise, the rules are pretty much available with all the ERPs.
Mahendra, is this on? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Great. Mahendra, a lot of discussions we were having outside prior to the event and during our break were around, where do we start? How do we get started on this journey of automation, of using tools that are available to drive value for the internal audit? Can you just share some wisdom with us on this, some insight, please?
Absolutely. I think that's a very relevant question that Haris, you brought in. Because most of the reservations that we have seen is, like, organization is not ready, data is not available, right? Typically, we are trying to avoid something in this scenario. You just need to start smaller. And once you start smaller, if you are able to showcase value, we'll get all the kind of support. Like the examples, the procurement one. I think most of the companies have a procurement department, right? You don't necessarily need to start with the most complicated things to automate. Start small, get successful. As in marketing they call it, there is something called as minimum viable product, MVP. Start smaller, build a minimum viable product, make everyone believe that this is doable, and then scale it up. So, like, the short answer is, start somewhere, but start.
Hi, Mahendra.
Yeah.
Salim Khalasi, I'm from Gulfar. I think my only problem of implementing systems is basically it's time consuming, and if you are a CIA or CAE, basically you're looking into execution of the audit plan. That is one. And the second thing is the cost, because I had implemented this, I remember a long time ago, even when I was with Shell, when I was in Kuwait. It's just so time consuming. It needs a full dedicated team for implementation. Now, at the same time, I'm required to deliver my audit plan and so on. Is there like a simple solution? I mean, I can use something like ACL, or I can use something like a reporting team. Is there any means? I mean, if I'm to implement this, then I have to have a dedicated team, which means I have to drop about half of my audit plan. How do I convince my audit committee or even the board that this is really required? Because right now, the argument I could receive on the other side that everything is working hanky-dory. Why do I have to go into these complications? And as well as training. I mean, I remember even long time ago working with Shell in Europe, implementing ACL. That I'm talking about 2005. Then it just took us enormous effort, enormous training, and at the end of the day, we just gave up and just said we are not going to implement it. Then we had a dedicated team in London then who said we are going to do it for you. It's just enormous. Is there a simplified way to do this? Because otherwise I just give up. I can listen to you, but I may not go for it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm really thankful you brought this question up. This was one of the most relevant one. And I'll share the ACL example with you. I also learned ACL around 2010, and I also gave up on ACL. I'll actually share my experience, not a client experience on this. Now, you would have seen those dashboards, right? Those were looking really, technology-wise, all are same. We are all using Microsoft, right? So, but those were looking amazing. Now, there is a reason to it. Any team that I have constitutes of three kind of people. One is the most obvious, which you would also know and you spoke about, the technology guys who can code, right? That's a taken. But there are two different kind of peoples in each of the projects, and that's how I cracked the code for KPMG. The second kind of person is who knows the solution. Like if we are working on an internal audit dashboard, that person should be hardcore internal auditor, right? And third person, I don't think so many would guess, is actually the design person. Okay. Design person is who can make it look beautiful. Now, the reason why I gave this example, and I'll come to your question now, like if you try to own the resources, if you try to cover everything with one person, it's impossible. The ideal solution is, in some cases, you bring in resources from different level, okay? And then try to build it up, and it won't be complicated. And we are saying that technology advancement is around AI. To be honest, that's not the technology advancement. The answer was in your question. Like few years back, we had to use ACL to do analytics. We don't have to use ACL to do analytics. We can use our own computer. So there is Power BI, there is SQL, so many tools which are much more easier. And coding in Power BI is the same as how we used to use Excel. And that's where the crux lies. That's where the simplicity lies this time. And I've seen many of the projects failing in 2012, 2013 compared to now, because now it is easier. I hope that answered your question. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mahendra, for your captivating presentation. You surely helped us understand how we can face and prepare ourselves for the changes that will face the internal audit. So let's kick off to the next part of our event. Our next topic is an introduction to a very special event for all internal audit leaders. It is where they get the chance to meet and bring smart ideas that will make the profession stronger and more exciting. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Mr. Abdul Qadir Ubaid Ali, the Internal Auditors Association's President of the UAE.
Assalamu alaikum again. We all have kids. I hope all of you, and the one who do not, you better start working. How do you know your kid is sick? Huh? The small one. Huh? It's a feeling. What else? Ask their mother. Very good question. And a very good answer to it. You measure their temperature. If it's high, we all about 37 is fine. 37 and a half, it's okay. 38, Panadol will work, huh? 38 and a half, what do? Hospital. It's a fact. Today, Munir talked about the risks. And he said, do you guys remember the top one? Cybersecurity. Everybody talks about cybersecurity. Yes, it is, and I do agree. Second one is talent. We agree. Did you guys notice something was up there, but we did not see it very well? Climate change. Climate change actually moved from 19 to the 5th. Our planet is in danger. It's not our companies, it's not our countries, but our planet is in danger. By 2050, if we do not take action, the temperature of Earth will go by 1.5 degrees. 1.5 degrees means we have a meltdown. A meltdown that is going to make us all worry, not about cybersecurity, not about our talent, but our future generations' existence. So what are we doing about it? Munir mentioned ESG is very important. It is indeed very much important. And we do believe that internal audit should become the beacon for the change. Why is that? Because we as internal auditors are available in the government side and in the private side. Of course, we are mandated in the listed companies. And we should be the beacon to take this culture into our organization and we make a change, because we are talking about our future generation. July was the hottest month in the history of mankind. The history of mankind, last July was the hottest month. If you were watching the news in Hawaii, one of the islands almost totally destroyed by fire. We had earthquakes. Libya in a couple of weeks, they had the worst floods. Anybody been to the Himalayas? Very close to it, you were. 50% of mankind drinks from that water. It's melting. So we owe it to ourselves as internal auditors to become the beacon and igniting the change toward climate. And this is what we're actually inviting you to come for the GAM. Yes, the GAM is the first time it's coming out of the US in 44 years, and it's coming to our region next door. But the topic of the GAM to all senior auditors is we have to look in sustainability. People ask me, so what is sustainability? Sustainability, in our definition, is we preserve the ecosystem, the future wealth, and we don't abuse it. We've done enough. In the last 50 years, mankind been very abusive. Using of fossil fuel made us ignore what we need to leave for our future generation. So we invite all of you to come and attend this event coming on the 6th, 7th, and 8th of November. At the end, I just want to say one word. Munir and the IIA Oman team, thank you very much for let us come here and share with you this news. And we hope to see you all, inshallah, in the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdul Qadir, for that insightful introduction to the great audit minds. Our next speaker is Mr. Abdullah Mahmoud Al-Barwani, a true expert in cybersecurity and data privacy. Mr. Abdullah will be shedding light on the critical considerations in the era of artificial intelligence and the critical considerations it could bring. If you have any questions or thoughts you'd like to share, please don't hesitate to ask. I'd like also to remind you of the raffles that are taking place at the end of this event. So please hold on to your numbers because you might be the winner. So without further ado, let's welcome Mr. Abdullah to the stage with a warm round of applause.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Is my voice clear? Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much, IIA, for inviting me to participate in this event. And glad to be here. I am among a lot of internal auditors. I feel like a stranger somehow. This better? Okay. Yes, this is better. Okay, I'll repeat that. So thank you very much again for inviting me to participate in this event. And for me, it's a lot of education, a lot of knowledge. And special thanks to Mahendra for setting the scenes for my topic. I think we've selected the right topic when we talk about data privacy and we talk about AI and the impact of AI. Mr. Mahendra also demonstrated how you can make utilization of ChatGPT, and everybody knows about this tool now. There are a few precautions, of course, when we use AI that we need to be aware about. Now, I've looked into the report. The report looks very promising. For me, it's a bit concerning, is that we have as much as 20% of the organizations who are not doing technical audits. And at the same time, we have a high percentage of the organizations moving to AI next year. So it's a bit concerning because how can you move to AI without auditing your processes and making sure that the data that you share with public cloud services, and especially AI, are not secured? And this is something that we need to keep in mind. So moving forward, this is me. Have over 23 years experience in ICT and cybersecurity especially. I worked for multiple organizations. I'm privileged that I had the chance to develop the cybersecurity program and a division in 3 organizations, including Ministry of Defense, ITA, and currently in Omantel. I'm also on the advisory panel of the GSMA Security and Fraud Group, also on the Gartner CISO advisory panel for the Middle East. And I have a bachelor's in in computer science from the USA, MBA from the UK, and I have master's from Sultan Qaboos University in national security studies. So if you allow me, we're going to start with a short video. And we cannot hear the voice. Can we do something with the audio? Shall I try again? Class? Okay. The objective of showing the video is showing Morgan Freeman.
Human being.
Okay.
Would you?
Let's try over again. Here we go.
I am not Morgan Freeman, and what you see is not real. Well, at least in contemporary terms, it is not. What if I were to tell you that I am not even a human being? Would you believe me? What is your perception of reality? Is it the ability to capture, process, and make sense of the information our senses receive? If you can see, hear, taste, or smell something, does that make it real? Or is it simply the ability to feel? I would like to welcome you to the era of synthetic reality. Now, what do you see?
This is a start. We are in an era of synthetic reality. That is not Morgan Freeman, obviously, and this is what's called deep fake in the AI world. We're going to talk a little bit about it and what is the impact and what is the risk of deep fake. We're going to start with the definitions because I think it is very important to put things into context for us to have a common understanding of the definitions and what does AI mean and all the relative terms. So basically, artificial intelligence is a study. Artificial intelligence uses things like machine learning. And machine learning is basically a technique to solve complex problems using analysis, extracting this knowledge from big data that is fed into the system. So it is helping us to bring that knowledge to identify things that a human cannot identify because of the size of the data and the complexity of the problem. It's good to note that machine learning does not take an action in itself, but instead it just puts the recommendation for the human to take the action. Deep learning is a subset of the machine learning, so it's basically the machine learning, but it works in multiple layers instead of working in one layer. And what that means, it has a stronger power to analyze even bigger data sets and be able to solve more complex problems. It is more accurate and it has less manual tuning, if you will. Generative AI, and this is where it is the buzzword right now, ChatGPT is a form of the generative AI. And it only came to surface in 2022. Now became the most famous tool in all sectors. What is so special about generative AI that it can learn? Basically, it is a self-learning. It can identify all the problems and the issues, and it can enhance itself to present even more novel outputs, if you will. And it's not only specific to text or speech, but it goes across the board to produce video, music, speech, text, software code, and designs. So why organizations use AI? In a Gartner study showed that 38% of organizations use AI to have a better customer experience. Because if you can become more efficient, you can have more interactive tools and systems, of course, you're going to make the customer happy because he will be able to be surfaced more agile and sooner. And 26%, they use it for revenue growth because it opens a new door for services and products. Cost optimization is 17%, and business continuity is 7%, and others reported 12%. In our region, there was a PwC study that is very specific to the Middle East, showing the potential of AI in the Middle East. As we can see, for instance, in Saudi Arabia is going to contribute to 12.4% of the total GDP. It is the highest in the UAE, where it is almost 14%. AI is going to contribute to the overall GDP by 2030, which is basically nearly 7 years from now. So this is just to say that the whole world is adopting AI for obvious reasons, and we are also part of that game. And not only in organizations, and you can see a huge list of AI systems that are already existing in the market, according to a study done by Sequoia. So I use this because you can use it as a reference. You can select which topic and which area you want to look into the AI tools, and basically it will help you. Now, if we talk about the risks of AI, of course, what I'm going to talk about was not intended to be comprehensive. And a lot of these risks are also under development, they are under testing. So the picture for many of these risks are still not crystal clear. The idea here today is basically to scratch the surface and to demonstrate that AI is important. Yes, it does help organizations, but at the same time, especially for internal auditors, you need to keep watch of the risks that AI can bring. The first risk, as we've seen in the video, is the deep fake. Of course, probably most of you have seen similar videos and have heard about the deep fake and the disinformation risk. So why is this important? Because with the deep fake, you can influence public opinions. And this is very, very important. When you consider national security, for instance, it is very important to consider the public opinion. If you're at peace, of course, it's important, it's a high risk, but it is less of a risk than when you are at war, for instance, or in a disrupt environment. You can put scandals, you can use deepfake to scandal politicians and celebrities. You can use deepfake to shake consumer trust in digital content. So people now are afraid that whatever they see is probably not real because it's very, very close to being real. So it does shake the consumer trust. And you can understand the impact in an environment where you're trying to digitally transform. This is very, very important to gain the trust of the consumer that you're serving. You can spread rumors and false information, using basically, as I said, politicians and celebrities that are not real. This is also applicable to our mobile network. So we've heard about email spoofing, and it became very, very common. Of course, many organizations, they already have controls, over email spoofing, which is basically for somebody to impersonate, somebody else, like the CEO, and to send emails on his behalf. But I think it is more dangerous when it comes on the mobile network, because now with using AI technologies by the hackers, you can actually spoof numbers. So you might be receiving a call from a number that you identify or you stored as your CEO, for instance, asking you with a deep faked voice to transfer, pay a bill or transfer an amount or to do some action. And he will communicate to you that this is very urgent and it needs to be done now. So this is very dangerous. How can we mitigate this? There is already a discussion in the industry to implement technical controls on AI-based solutions. So you can use watermarking or labeling of AI-generated content. OpenAI, they have, which is the owner of the chat GPT, they have already communicated they are studying this option. So they might basically put a watermark in their content, so for people to know that this is a synthetic reality and is not really a real video. Ethical guidelines, by policy and putting governance in place, and by spreading awareness. So if we talk about that call, so if it's very unusual for the CEO to call somebody at that specific time and to ask for things like this, then the employee needs to be aware, mostly it's the CFO, he needs to be aware that this could be a fraud attempt, and he should have some confirmation procedures, like calling back the CEO to make sure that, that he was the original caller. This is, again, another hot topic, which is basically the erosion of human creativity risk. ChatGPT is basically what's creating all of this. So now we've seen students, even in Oman, my kid, for instance, he's at the college, and he is using ChatGPT to aid him and to support him in doing his assignments. And similar to this is basically across the world. There was a study that was done by Axios in some of the schools to understand what is the impact of using ChatGPT, but also what is the point of view of people from academia and also parents and students alike. So there's still a debated subject. Some people say we should completely block ChatGPT in education. Others actually support it because they say whatever AI can do, then our students can think even for something that is more complex and more advanced, what that AI can generate. So it is stimulating creativity instead of killing it. Some people consider it as cheating, and they even ask students to sign authenticity pledges before they submit their assignments, just to, basically as a confirmation that they have not used any AI-based tools like ChatGPT. So what can we do with that? Of course, we're still required to do a deeper research on impact of AI on students and schooling. And based on that, we need to come up with a framework and governance guidelines for the usage of such tools. This was touched upon this morning. People, and it's around the world, people are talking about whether AI is going to replace us as humans, whether we're going to see robots or half humans, half robots in the future. Of course, there's a lot of studies that were done on this regard, and I've used in the Goldman Sachs of 2023 because it is the latest study in this regard. Now, what you see in light blue is the increased productivity of non-displaced workers. Dark blue is the labor displacement, and the gray is the re-employment of displaced workers. So the argument here is that the impact of AI in employment really depends on certain factors. One of those factors is the adoption rate and how soon we adopt AI in our organizations. It also depends on the complexity of the AI systems that we are using. And of course, the idea here is not to go through the details of the study because it's a very comprehensive study, and it also shows what are the jobs that will be most impacted by AI in the near future. But as we can see from the graph, that the use of AI improves productivity. So we have more productive employees, obviously, if they are using AI because it supports the decision and supports the organization to be more agile and can do things in a more creative way. However, in all cases, we see that the number of labor displacement is in no case equivalent to the people who are going to be re-employed. So the impact of AI usage will impact humans, and we will see people being laid off because of the ability now to use AI technologies in their place. What can we do about it? Of course, there is no golden rule here, but leaders need to create the right balance between the adoption of AI to improve agility and to enhance their day-to-day operation, and the social impact that this might create. So I would say it really depends on the market and the organization that is adopting the AI. So for a market, for instance, that has already a very high unemployment rate, this is a huge risk. Environment concern, ESG, yes, we all agree there is an impact on the environment. And as the case with any disruptive technologies that require a lot of processing power, and AI is no exception. So AI is not really a green, environment-friendly technology. It will consume a lot of processing power. It requires higher capacity on data centers, and hence, we pollute the world even more. So what can we do? It's really, there must be a collaborative effort in deciding what can be done and what is the right balance of adopting the technologies and impacting environment. So we come to data privacy. I mean, of course, data privacy is a buzzword, but I mean, as much as everybody cares about data privacy, it's not a straightforward implementation, and it does have its own challenges. So again, to set the scene, basically, data privacy is a protection of data, especially the personal data, like names, phone numbers, IDs, etc. But it also includes financial data and intellectual property. I had a video, but I don't think I have the time to play it, but this is very astonishing, what Google knows about every individual of us. So please, when you have time, you can Google it, you can go to YouTube and watch it, please, because you will be amazed, the amount of data that is collected for every individual. Whatever activities that you had since you started using google.com is going to be recorded and is going to be there. Of course, we have our own Omani data privacy law. I'm sorry, it's in Arabic. I did not have the English version. I don't think there is an English version for the law. I only extracted chapter 3 because it's very important for organizations now to understand that they have a compliance requirement to protecting the personal data of the consumers that they are processing the data of. So what it says here is that there must be a consent from the user to be able to collect and process his data. And this consent needs to be written also. It also gives the right for the consumer to cancel basically his consent or to amend it if he feels that the information is not correct, and to have a copy of the processed data. And he can also basically transfer this data to another platform, to another company. He can ask to completely delete this information, disallowing the organization to process his data. And he should also be notified whenever there is a data leakage or a hack into the systems where his data is saved. This is a lot, I think, for many other organizations, because there's so many steps for organizations to do before you reach this ground. The first thing, for instance, is to have the data classification, to know where this data is saved. What are the data sets that contain personal identifiable information? For many other organizations that I have seen, this is still a challenge. So what are the risks on data privacy by using a generative AI? The first one is the dilemma of whether we should be providing this data to AI systems or not. The way AI systems work is that they work on raw data. The more data you feed in, the better results and output you get. And by feeding in this data, especially in an organization that does not have data classification and doesn't know where this personal information is stored, it becomes a challenge. So you cannot feed this information to the AI systems without breaching regulatory and compliance requirements. And that is a big challenge even for big organizations. The other one is about data leakage. Not a week will pass by without having a big news about the data being leaked from major players of technology in the market. In AI, it's even worse because AI, as I said, it depends on big data. So it has, in its repositories, huge and tons of data. So if this data is leaked, it can become disastrous for organizations and for governments. Personal data misuse. AI works on the training data, whatever data is being fed into AI. And in a lot of the data, especially when it comes to minorities in any organization or a government, the AI takes those minorities and becomes biased against those minorities by default, because for him it's all about mathematical representation. So it could become biased against certain people, color, nationalities, etc. And this becomes very, very dangerous, especially in security and military. So you can imagine an AI supported and aided drone that can only kill people who are specific to certain minorities. Amplification of existing biases. So it also has this nature as part of how the technology works. It can also amplify it. So sometimes it's not really a huge risk for an organization, but it will amplify it to be a huge risk. So again, it's about the data that is fed into the system. And also because we are collecting a lot of data, some of this data belongs to the organization, some of it is outside of the organization. AI systems also are interconnected with each other around the world to provide you with that quality service. So it becomes very, very difficult to know the origin of the data that came and that was fed into the AI, and hence it's also a credibility issue. So what can we do to protect our privacy and our data? Of course, there are multiple technical controls. I'm going to only mention 3, but there are, of course, a lot more. It depends on the use case and depends on the technology and the organization. So one of it is what's called the differential privacy. So what that means is that instead of feeding the original data to the AI system, you can actually do your own analysis and feed the pattern of the data that you want the AI to analyze. So the AI is not going to know about your original data, but will only discover the patterns and will base the outcome and the outputs on the pattern itself. You can use synthetic training data sets. So to train the AI system, you do not have to use the original data, but you can use another AI-based system to generate a synthetic data that is not real, but it should match whatever patterns, whatever use cases that you are training the AI to do. Data masking is another technique. Of course, data masking is not new. What that means is that you can basically mask the personal identifiable information. So instead of providing an ID number or a phone number, you can replace that by another code. Of course, there are systems that is doing this automatically. You can replace it by another code and feed it into the AI. And when you get the output, you transform that, you translate that back to the original ID and phone numbers. Regular audits and scrutiny. And this is the job of the internal audits. And audit is definitely required on the AI systems continuously. So you need to audit what is the input of those AI systems and what is the generated output, and to watch for things like biased data and biased outcomes. And that's it. Of course, as I said, this is not a comprehensive list. I just wanted to touch upon some of the major ones that are being talked about in the market. And many of it is still yet to be developed and to do more testing on this data and these scenarios. Now we open the floor for a Q&A if you have any questions. We have a question in the back. Do we have a mic?
Thank you very much for your presentation. I just have a quick question regarding the recommendations to protect data privacy. All of the recommendations you suggested require, basically they're even more non-sustainable recommendations. They require even further processing and even further use of, it's basically speaking opposite to what you suggested in terms of finding green approaches or more sustainable ways of using AI. You have anything to suggest in those terms?
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how it's conflicting to what I mentioned.
It's conflicting because you mentioned things like, to use synthetic data, so that would require processing, basically creating artificial data to replace the real data. That would require more processing. You also suggested having replacing like real identities, whether it's names or any kind of data. So that would require even further processing. So this is what I'm saying, that how would you suggest we can approach this? I understand on the one hand, we are solving one problem, but then you're creating a second problem.
You're talking about the environmental impact of the processing.
Yes,
Okay, fine, yeah, the question is clear. We are going anyway to AI, and this is a fact. Unfortunately, we're not going to come to a situation where the whole world agrees on those governance frameworks that will limit the usage. And the reason is obvious. As I presented also in the beginning, organizations are using AI for multiple reasons, and they see the potential. So the economic and the financial gain, unfortunately, is being seen by organizations and governments as the driving factor. Environment comes last. And unfortunately, it's a very unfortunate fact because multiple reasons. Maybe people don't see this as a risk. They don't agree with politicians and enthusiasts on the environmental fact. So we know that AI is going to go anyways. So what I'm suggesting here is that if you're going to use AI, which you also said in your report earlier that you're going to be using next year an AI-based systems, then please do it securely. So don't share the data. When you share the data, please make sure that it is anonymous. Because, in cybersecurity, anything that goes to cloud or goes to the internet cannot be brought back.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, please. Can we have the mic here, please?
Just a question on whether there is any guideline, and is there anything in process for the usage of AI in Oman from the government?
You mean from a policy perspective or from
the policy
an implementation point of view?
Yes.
No, from an implementation point of view, it's already been implemented in many organizations, including Omantel, for instance. So for us, for instance, a business challenge is to analyze the security incidents. So we have our own operations center. And the way we used to do it in the past is to analyze those logs and to analyze for security incidents. Became overwhelming because you have a huge network, huge systems, and we are getting different incidents. Now, what we are using technologies that are aided by AI to differentiate what is important and what is not important, by correlating, these events, with other systems, and by feeding also international repositories to identify what is critical and what is not. So from an implementation point of view, many organizations are already started the journey of implementing AI-based systems.
Thank you.
Please. Listen. MashaAllah.
Mashkoor Abdullah. Thank you, Abdullah, for this presentation and insight about AI and data privacy. Actually, my question, I'll add on her question that in terms of, you mentioned about this AI need to be more governed, one of your, I think, recommendation. So what are you doing as an organization or even here in the region in terms of enhancing the governance and enhancing the regulations just to govern AI?
Well, we are a private sector, so we only need to worry about our sector and our company. Of course, I mean, this is from an accountability and responsibility point of view. But my participation here is basically part of what we are doing to bridge that know-how and to spread awareness about some of the risks of AI that needs to be taken care of. What we are doing at Omantel, just to share some of the experiences that we're doing, we are implementing that data masking. So we have our own systems. We do not feed the original data into the systems, but it is being masked. And it is being masked, of course, automatically because, again, you have zillions of records. So we are masking this data. And once we have the outcome and the product that is generated by the AI, we feed it back into the system that is going to convert it back to the original format.
Thank you, Abdullah. Thank you, Abdullah.
Thank you.
Very insight presentation. My name is Naif from Bank Muscat. We have a huge database of customers in Oman and the bank. How do you see, with your experience, on providing data protection for our customers? Customers are main assets of the bank. And it's a huge number. How do you see, with your experience currently? And maybe definitely we need to work together and see how we can actually implement and have some governance on how to protect the customer data. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a very, very important question. And it's a question about where do we start and what needs to be done, especially in, of course, Bank Muscat is a huge repository of data sets. So in the past, it was voluntary, for some organizations, it's voluntary to protect, the privacy of the data. But that is not the case anymore. Now we have to comply to the Omani data law. So we have no choice but to implement, the required controls. It is, easier than what you think. I mean, especially if you have the right documentation about the existing systems and about the existing databases and data sets. Now, many of these processes are automated. So for instance, what we implemented at Omantel is what's called data leakage prevention technologies. And part of the intelligence of these technologies, they actually do an inventory of the data sets. And it will give you a recommendation on the classification of that data based, of course, on parameters that you specify, you configure the system to identify. It really did help us a lot because those reports, of course, they are presented to us and then we approve or disapprove based on the analysis that we do manually. But most of the work is done automatically. And this is maybe the biggest challenge, for many organizations, really to classify the data because you don't have to protect everything. I mean, if it's public data, then you just need to basically protect it against hackers or defaced websites, etc. But it's really all about the privacy data that needs to be protected. Question about environment.
No, I'll leave you alone for that one.
Thanks.
But you really mentioned something very important and bringing Morgan Freely speaking and everybody were looking at it. So now, there is voice recognition. And people are using voice recognition in terms of to making sure that it is you. So in terms of from where you stand, how do you see the maturity of the voice recognition in terms of using that as a tool for a second, factor authentication, and whether that's the real client who is speaking, because, some of them are pretty advanced. Where do you see that, and how do you see the technology today? And would you recommend that we move into it?
Thank you. That's an excellent question, and I think here you're challenging my experience. So for us on the cybersecurity, it was always about creating the right balance of, protecting the data and allowing the data to be shared for convenience. And voice recognition is one of those tools that is making it very convenient, for people to use. because it is an advanced technology, and I think we all use it. At least you use Siri on Apple. So it's about creating that right balance. When it comes to risk, I mean, the voice recognition technologies and software is another input of that personal data. So just to give maybe some of the incidents that we have seen, and now everybody uses WhatsApp, and we do send voice messages in WhatsApp. So what attackers are doing now, they will send you a message on WhatsApp, and they will ask you to send a voice message. The idea here is that they want to capture that voice message, and they want to feed it into the AI software and to spoof your voice. So this kind of incidents we are already seeing in the market. So again, it's implementing the controls to mitigate, but you also don't want to kill the industry and the market. You still want to make it convenient, for people. So there is a lot of it is the trust on the providers. For instance, if it is Microsoft, for instance, then you can ask, if it's on an enterprise level, obviously you can ask Microsoft questions about how they are protecting the data. Are they compliant to the European standard, for instance, for GDPR, to protect the data privacy? And where is this data being stored, and who is doing the analysis? So I mean, all these questions, it is basically your right to ask as per the GDPR. Thank you very much, and wish you a good day.
I would like to extend our gratitude to Mr. Abdullah Al-Barwani, General Manager, Corporate Security at Omantel, for sharing their expertise and shedding light on such a critical topic. And now I would like to ask the President of IA Oman Chapter, Mr. Munir Al-Mugheri, and Ahmed Mahmoud, the Advocacy Committee Chairman, on stage. The IIA Oman would like to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Mahindra Kumar Kiani, the Director Head of Next Gen Governance Risk and Compliance Service, KPMG Middle East. And we'd also like to thank Mr. Abdullah Al-Barwani, General Manager at Omantel. Thank you everyone for bearing with us. We'll have a 1 hour lunch break, and we will be back with another exciting session. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from a delightful lunch break. I hope you all enjoyed the lunch. Now let's get back to the main program. We have an exciting topic and a discussion ahead, and I'm sure you are eager to continue the journey of learning. Please be reminded of the raffle game that will take place at the end of this event. We will have exciting prizes, so hold on to your tickets. In an era where sustainability, ethics, and governance have taken center stage, the role of internal audit has never been more crucial. Today, we are fortunate to have a thought leader who can guide us through the intersection of ESG factors within the field of internal audit. The next agenda will offer us insights into how internal audit can become a driving force in ensuring that organizations fulfill their commitment to ESG principles. I have the privilege to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Fadi Al-Shabibi, Partner and Head of ESG Services, KPMG Middle East. He will enlighten us on the topic of internal auditors' role in ESG.
Assalamu alaikum. Thanks for the introduction. My name is Fadi Shihabi. I'm partner with KPMG Middle East, leading the ESG sustainability and climate change services. It's a pleasure of being here today with you. Even I'm not an internal auditor, but I'm very privileged to be here today to speak about the ESG and the internal audit. In order to come to the right link between the ESG and the internal audit and how internal audit can support the ESG aspects, we need to understand a bit more about the ESG. What is the ESG? Is it a function? We always have these questions from our clients, from our organizations that, okay, we would like to do ESG, which is it's good that people would like to do ESG, but it is not HR, it's not procurement, it's not operations. So again, what is the ESG? And sometimes, one of my ex-colleagues came and told me, okay, listen, I'd like to shift to the ESG. What should I do to become ESG professional? In fact, ESG is a function. It's not a function. Is it a service? It's not a service. It is part of each function in your organization. It's part of all your day-to-day activities. And you should not have, which is called ESG department, who's responsible on the ESG, because otherwise you will not have ESG value. You will have department value. ESG should be across all your functions. And the value of the ESG, or the sustainability, is to keep doing your day-to-day business, day-to-day operations in sustainable way. And this is the value of the ESG. The purpose of the ESG is to increase your organization resilience. This is from commercial perspective. But when it comes to the right definition to the sustainability, by the way, there is no ESG definition, it's sustainability. People would say, what would be the difference between ESG and sustainability? Sometimes we hear people talking about sustainability, sometimes we hear people talking about ESG, so what should we call it? Sustainability is like broader umbrella. It's more, wider topic, where ESG is one of these topics. It's similar to, when you speak sustainability, it's ESG and vice versa. But when it comes to business language, when it comes to investors, when it comes to stock markets, they don't talk sustainability. They call it ESG because it's more, interesting to investors and to stock markets and businesses. But when we speak about national commitments, there is United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which is more about sustainability. So here, when we talk about governments, commitments, agreements, national and global, international ones, we speak about sustainability because it's broader than only the ESG and stock markets and organization and commercial and business. It's about, for example, one of the national requirements is how to, secure drinking water to population, how to secure energy, how to secure, the biodiversity, the maritime, etc. So it is like, more broader concept when we speak about sustainability than when we speak about ESG. ESG is environmental, social, and governance for any organization. It's easier to manage. So today, okay. Just an introduction to the ESG, which is like, the main topic, and how internal audits will like, support the discussion. Under the ESG is like stands of environment, social, and governance. And I heard one definition earlier today about like, sustainability and ESG. It's a very simple definition. It's like, how to meet our current requirements without compromising the next generation's ones. How we can enjoy our current life without impacting the next generation's life. So this is like, the simplest concept or the simplest definition of sustainability or ESG. And to reach to this, we need to think about how to do it. There are three pillars: the environment, social, and governance. In the environment, there is a certain focus on some pillars like climate change, like waste management, circular economy, natural resources, biodiversity. When it comes to the social part, there are different elements like overcoming inequality, promoting social elements, and social integration, encouraging good employee relationship, investing in economically or socially disadvantaged layers of society. During the COVID period or the pandemic, we actually noticed an important gap between employers and employees. So after the pandemic, people started to think, especially like, employers, how they can bridge this gap, how they can have better engagement with their employees. Because at the end of the day, any organization, regardless how big the organization is, they still like rely on people. Even with the artificial intelligence, even with like, robotics, etc., the human sense is still like, the key stone of any organization. So from the social perspective, we started seeing more, insist on stakeholder engagement. People started want to listen to each other, to understand the ask. Even like, we are living in a very rapid-paced life, but still the stakeholder engagement is one of the most important successful elements to have the right ESG in place. From governance, it's unlike before. For example, if you'd like to know the CEO, income to any organization, and this organization has nothing to hide, they will disclose this because there is no secrets. Because eventually, you have to publish the information. You have to share the information. Bonuses, nothing is like, confidential as before. Now we are living in more civilized world where you can work, you can make money. But again, the efficiency is important. So less corruption. We have better governance to organizations, as well as, more solid governance in place. So to achieve all these things, we need to have plans. We need to have efforts. And how we can ensure that these things are implemented properly. We can think that we still need an instrument to support us actually to validate the results of our plans. So these three elements or three pillars are aligned with the international agreement, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which has been signed in 2015. Oman is one of the countries that signed this agreement. So that's why at the beginning I was saying when it is on national level, we call it sustainability. As we can see here, it's Sustainable Development Goals, while when it comes to stock market, commercial world, it is ESG. So, no, sorry. Yeah, here. Why ESG is important for businesses? Why we need, like, the ESG to be part of our business? First of all, we can see the transformation happening globally, and in the region in particular. Investors are like, now interested in our region and the GCC and the Middle East in general. Why? Because we have a lot of natural resources. We have good access to the natural resources. The climate that we have also is good. So all these things are like, encouraging investors to come to our region. But what are the challenges? The challenges are mainly about regulations. We don't have clear regulations to ensure sustainable development. So we started on governmental level to discuss these things. And we can see if we look 10 years ago and now, a lot of changes happened in the Middle East region and in GCC in particular by changing a lot of laws, regulations, just to attract more investors to come to the region, to inject more money. And this will be good for our nations, to be honest. This will accelerate the development of our countries and will increase the efficiency and utilization of our resources by having the latest technologies, by having access to investors and utilizing our natural resources. So investors now are looking to understand more about companies, more about organizations, laws, regulations, in order to make sure that they are investing in the right place. And having the sustainability or ESG regulations or implementation will definitely give us access to those investors, as well as give investors access to our economy. So it's important for investors to have this clarity on our ESG or sustainability performance. This will also support investors to understand, not only the financial, area or financial side of their investment. That will support them also to understand the non-financial one. And I can say like now it's more or less there is equal interest at investors level to know about the financial and non-financial performance of companies. From business operations, efficiency now is the secret actually. There is no secret from technologies. Technologies are accessible to everyone. But how we can make more money, how we can become more successful, more competitive in the market, we need to increase our efficiency. We need to be up to speed with the changes happening around. We need to listen and hear from our stakeholders, from our customers, their expectations, what they need from us. For example, the simplest example we can always refer to is Nokia. They were leaders in cell phone industry, and then they disappeared. Why? Because they did not listen to their customers, and they thought that yes, we are, the leaders, and that's it. And we can expect something coming from Apple as well, because if we look at their products for the last 5 years, it's the same product. They are just changing the serial number, the names, etc. But the features, there is no real, change or innovation in their devices. So, in my opinion, there is a risk here around, Apple in the next 2 to 3 years. If they keep following the same pattern, they might end up with something similar to Nokia. So then, from stakeholders. Again, stakeholders are an important factor, right? We mean by stakeholders, it's shareholders, regulators, employees, clients, etc. So their requirements are changing frequently. For example, the Z generation, they don't want to work with a company which has firm regulations. They would like to leave before or after. I started my career with a company that you have to do fingerprint to come to the office, and if you are late 5 minutes, it's a big issue. You cannot leave before 6 p.m. But nowadays I cannot implement that to my colleagues, because simply they said, okay, working from home. So again, stakeholders are an important element to understand in order to become able to respond to their needs. And this is on organizational level. Imagine clients, customers, Imagine stakeholders, shareholders, and we mentioned at the beginning that investors, they are also part of our stakeholders. Then finally, regulations. Recently, we saw big, buzz in Oman about Muscat stock market, where they announced that ESG reporting is starting from 2025 and voluntary for 2024. What does that mean? It means like financial performance, financial reporting, you have to have non-financial reporting, which is, in my opinion, very fair. There are almost 2 years to everyone, and this is something expected. They already announced guidelines previously, etc. So part of the regulations now is for the listed companies, they should start preparing themselves to disclose their non-financial data. And the good thing is, the guidelines shared by Muscat stock market is very much aligned with the international standards, which is a good platform to understand and to benchmark what is happening here in Oman with what is happening outside Oman. So we will know more about this guidelines later in this discussion. So the internal audit now. What do we mean by the internal audit and ESG, how they can link together? After all these requirements, we need someone to ensure that we are doing the right thing. We have our strategy, ESG strategy. We have our governance. We have our targets. We have our initiatives. We have feedback coming. We are reporting the right information that we are getting. We are not behind the curve, or we are not doing which is called the greenwashing, that we are complaining we are number one in sustainability while we have nothing on the ground. So we need that policeman to always check, are we on the right track or not? And here we rely on the internal audit. So usually internal auditors, they prepare their checklist, they prepare everything to go to audit certain function. Here, with the ESG, they will not do this. It will be on all their checklists. If they are going to audit procurement department, they have something related to the ESG to be audited. If they are going to audit HR department, they have something there to be audited. So after completing the exercise across all departments, they will make sure that, yes, we are on the track with the ESG. Again, always we tell our clients, we don't want to have standalone department. We don't have standalone strategy for the ESG. We need the ESG to become part of your daily practice. This is not something you need to be worried about, something to enable your business, something to accelerate your business. So if you don't have it in this way, it means you have something wrong. So again, you should not invest in the ESG with low return. ESG will bring you to high return. So keep thinking about these things, identify the right opportunities, identify the right material topics within your operations, and you will hit this. At KPMG, we run annual survey with CEOs, with CFOs, to understand their ideas, their mind, what do they think. And the results are not surprising. Results are very much aligned with what is happening in the global domain. So 69% of CEOs, see stakeholders' demand for increased reporting and transparency. And this is aligned with what we have seen last week coming from Oman, from Muscat Stock Exchange Market. 72% of CEOs believe that stakeholders will continue asking to accelerate for these things. 45% of CEOs agree that ESG programs improve their financial performance, which is the key topic that we need to keep always in mind when we go and do any investment or any operations related to the ESG. 62% of CEOs say that they will be looking to invest at least 8% of revenue in programs. This is more or less based on the organizational strategy. This is something also related to tax, because some of these initiatives could be classified as social initiatives, and this is part of our contribution to the society. So always, as I mentioned, there is some catalyst and some enablers to the ESG. The 18% of CEOs indicate stakeholder skepticism around greenwashing. Greenwashing is again, very important thing, and that's why we need the internal audit department or internal audit team to keep eye on the ESG, what is happening, achievements happening through the ESG, because otherwise we might fall in the greenwashing area, which is like, a huge risk on the reputation of the organization. And we have seen a lot of, scandals happened in Europe during the last 2-3 years about the greenwashing, including big names, imagine. So section 2, we will go briefly about the ESG and decarbonization development in Oman. We know about Oman Vision 2040, which aims to have Muscat as one of the top cities from on the environmental index, which means we have to focus on some environmental elements. Also the net zero carbon, which is a global commitment now based on what happened in COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. Countries agreed to work towards the net zero carbon. Some countries decided to do this in 2050, others decided to have it in 2060. What do we mean by this? It means in my personal opinion, it is not gonna to happen to go to the zero, the absolute zero, no. It will be decarbonization. From scientific point of view, I call it decarbonization instead of net zero. Because net zero, when we look at it, it's a dream. And to achieve that, because not everything is coming from replacing, conventional fuel with renewable energy, but we still have materials, we still have plastic, we still have, cartons, we still have other, materials that we still need to use coming from, hydrocarbons. But our responsibility as oil-dependent, country is to maximize the efficiency. If we look at, the pollution coming from oil industry 30, 40 years ago and compare that with now, it is huge development happening. We can see on average, the oil barrel produces around 10 kilograms CO2 to get produced. In the past, it was around 40 and 50 kilograms. So imagine the performance here in the region that we have in our oil production. Also, we can speak about Oman Sustainability Week. This is another clear interest from Oman and from the government to encourage more about the sustainability. Also, recently, as we discussed, as we see, the the Muscat stock market, how they announced the guidelines and make that mandatory for organizations. So all these things, are pushing forward towards the sustainability. Also, the region here, we are hosting COP28 next month. That will be held in Dubai. This is the second time in a row happening that in region. Last year it was in Sharm el-Sheikh. This year also in Dubai. So it's a clear, a message to the region here, to the countries in the region. Also, Oman is one of few countries who actually decided to become a hub for the green hydrogen, which is one of the innovative solutions to support the decarbonization journey. And there are a lot of initiatives in place to support this transformation. So we are looking forward actually to see results coming from the projects in Oman from green hydrogen, because this is the future. This is the right research and development innovation to reach out to the net zero carbon. As I mentioned earlier, that Muscat stock market, they have published their guidelines and they identified 30 metrics to companies to report about. What does that mean? It means you should not report the 30 metrics. You have to identify what is important to your organization to be reported, and you have to take that part of your non-financial reports. Also, 2025 is the deadline to start reporting that to the listed companies. Also, how we can identify out of this 30 topics, what is material for me, what is not material. There is something called materiality and double materiality. Materiality means what is important for my organization, what is the impact on my organization. Double materiality, which is now more common, and transformation is happening to that direction, as the double materiality is not only what is important to my organization, but what my organization would impact on the environment. So here we can see climate risk is one of the most important areas that are coming. Even I have a small organization, I'm not contributing to cause the climate change, but let's say I'm a logistic company and some climate risk, floods, storms, hurricanes happened, how that might impact my supply. So all these things, we need to think about it when it comes to pick up the right material topics in our reporting. So I would like just to go back to explain here something, that these 30 metrics have been derived from international standards. So companies in Oman, when they will take this forward, they will not only become compliant with the Omani or Muscat Stock Exchange market requirements, but also with the global standards like GRI, CDP, and others. So it is not something only local, and we need to do something to fulfill the international ones. No, Muscat Stock Exchange market, they put extra efforts, they put huge efforts to understand what is important to international investors as well as to the national requirements, and they merged both together with this 30 metrics. So here we can see a few of the ESG challenges in Oman, and those are not only in Oman, actually those are globally, but we identifying those top risks to Oman. When it comes, for example, to climate change adaptation, this is one of the risks. We can see a lot of floods, storms happened during the last few years, which is something new to us. Also, we can see floods happened, for example, recently in Darna in Libya. We can see a delay in the rainfall season in some countries. We can see dryness happening here and there. So the climate change impact is clear. So sometimes we have a space to deal with that. If it is chronic risks, for example, let's say temperatures are average temperature is increasing every year by 0.1, 0.2. What does that mean? We need to think about how we can adapt this by build more isolated homes or houses. This will help us actually to later on reduce our spending on AC. If we can see that there is a rise in sea level, it means we have to avoid building houses on the coast. We have to go to some higher place to start building our buildings. So something we can avoid, which is called adaptation. Sometimes we cannot avoid, we have to deal it with, which is accurate risks. Transition risks, this is something more about how we can reduce the climate change by doing a sort of transition from what we are doing now to what we would have to do later. For example, the energy transition, what would be the risks that we need to deal with. Also, special aspects, for example, health sector. This is aligned with, for example, we can see due to the climate change accidents and disasters, a lot of pressure is has been put on health sector. Localization is also one of the ESG important topics that the government is looking for. It's any other country, they'd to centralize more the experience, the knowledge they have in the place where people living. There will be no need to move people from place to other to get their knowledge, but that will be built on the ground. Of course, knowledge sharing will continue between nations, but the main thing is to have local people equipped with the right knowledge to keep building the country. So here the ESG and internal audit, how we can have this. The message is very, very simple, to be honest. The internal audit, again, is a key function to make sure that other departments are doing their job. And ESG is not a task given to someone to be done. It is a day-to-day. So again, for example, ask me that we have tomorrow audit on the HR function. What should we do? We can go to the material topics related to the, out of the 30 ones that we saw earlier, and see what are linked to the HR. For example, we need to look at, gender equality. Is there any discrimination in the hiring between male and female? If we can see, for example, out of 100 new hiring, employees, we can see 99% male out, like, one female. There will be here a question. I understand sometimes, it's like not intended to be like this, but this is like, what happened. This is like in the market, CVs, people who fit the position. So it's no harm. We should not push, the other side if it is not, correct. When, for example, we go to the procurement, and one of the elements in the procurement is to encourage local suppliers. So you have to spend, I think, it depends on the corporate policy, 85% of your spending on local suppliers. Are you, achieving this target or not? If not, why? I understand maybe you would need to buy server, for example, which is not manufactured here in Oman, so you have to bring it from outside. It does not mean you are incompliant, but there is a reason of like spending money outside the country. But this is like, the function, the role of the internal audit. This is like, what we expect from internal audit to do, is to consider the ESG elements in their checklist, in their audit programs, and to check that and report results as well. And give like, areas for improvement and some findings to the process owners. So these are mainly the things that we'd like to discuss. For example, if we look at risks, the top 5 or 10 risks a few years ago, and now we can see a lot of changes as per the surveys run by different consulting firms. We can see now climate change is one of the top 6 risks. We can see technological risks as well. My colleagues mentioned the AI things, etc. It's a risk, to be honest. So also the cybersecurity, online fraud risks, economic risks, geopolitical risks, governance, regulation, compliance risks. Because why this is like, a risk? Because there are a lot of new regulations are coming out. There is a lot of updates happening. So how to keep that you are up to date with the compliance with the regulations. So it's an important thing. Here are like, how we can start with any internal audit and consider the ESG. Again, it is like about assess, operationalize, and report. You need to assess the materiality, as I mentioned. You need to go through the ESG data reported. You need to understand, as internal auditor, your organizational ESG journey. You need to understand their strategy. You need to understand their initiatives as well. So when you go to a certain department who is responsible for this initiative, you need to audit this initiative as well. It is not like, like before, just to tick boxes. You need to understand it, then you can go and audit it. Otherwise, there will be some sort of disconnection between the internal auditor and the topic. So my humble advice to any internal auditor before going and audit any ESG, try to understand your organizational ESG journey, try to understand the achievements, try to understand the initiatives that they have in place, KPIs, achievements, and if there is any updates from regulations. This is very important to the internal auditor to understand before going to conduct any ESG work. Then at the end of the day, we have the organizations should report their sustainability performance disclosures, where internal auditor can cross-check what they publish with what they have in the records, and by this they will protect the organization from any greenwashing or any unpreferred situation later. And the key drivers here for this internal audit is stakeholder opinion and regulations. From regulations, as I mentioned, you will protect the organization. From stakeholder, when you keep your ESG process, when you keep your ESG system protected, stakeholders will feel more fulfilled with the results of your ESG. And here it is not only, controls, risk, etc. There are a lot of other stuff that could be, linked to the internal audit and the ESG, starting from compliance and reporting, assessment and risk identification, risk mitigation, stakeholder engagement, audit committee and board. They are now, it's on the top of CEO's board, board of directors agenda. I personally attended a lot of board of directors, and they ask, the ESG to come in person. They ask, we need ESG person to come and explain to us. So it's unlike before. I can, assure to you, like I started this journey 15 years ago, talking about sustainability, and I was considering myself lucky if I can secure a meeting with like, a CEO or head of department 15 years ago. Now, board of directors would like to speak to the ESG professionals. So this is like very important also to consider training and awareness. Sometimes, and from my humble experience as well in the market, I can see everyone talking about ESG. But unfortunately, they are talking about wrong stuff. It's not ESG, it should come like, from the right source. A lot of standards are there, just to understand how to absorb these standards, regulations, how to reflect that to our businesses, and how to, ensure that there is no greenwashing. So again, it's very important to follow the right, tools and instruments, enablers. For example, also from digital part, there are a lot of platforms now promoting like, how to digitize your ESG. And some big names also, they started doing this. But in my opinion, I tell them that, listen, this is not ESG tool. It's environmental tool. When you are just measuring and monitoring, verifying your environmental data, it's not ESG. If there is no social and governance part, it's not ESG. It's environmental, platform. So please call it environmental platform and keep working on developing the tool to consider other social and governance elements. And again, this is like, similar to what we have been talking about, what internal auditors should look at when they go to audit something. They have to look at this wheel. We will share the presentation with you after the event. So inshallah, you will have access to all these things. And just, 5 takeaway points from this, like, session. Then we will open the floor for Q&A. That business, ESG commitment and how policies will support procedures, control, and data to support. How is the business preparing to regulatory monitor and report the Muscat Stock Exchange? This is like, new topic, just published 1 or 2 weeks ago. So we still need to think how organizations or companies will do this, or will adopt the new requirements or the new regulatory requirements here. Then we need to understand from like, our organizational perspective, how we consider the ESG risks in our risk register. Recently, organizations started to review their risk registers, and they started embedding ESG risks. I have been like, involved in a couple of discussions with the clients here in the Middle East in general, and in Oman in particular as well, to identify their top, ESG related risks and to embed that into their risk registers. And, we need to, again, back to my first point at the beginning of this session, we, as like internal auditor, we are not going to audit the ESG today. It is like, part of our all programs across all functions. Then is the business prepared for upcoming legislative and regulatory expectations in all key jurisdictions? Why we are saying this? Because we are now asking, we are mandating reporting, right? But if we look at Europe, for example, there is something called CBAM. The CBAM is a scheme that enforces any organization, any product to be imported to Europe from outside Europe to declare the carbon footprint of that product. because there is like, carbon tax subjected to that product. So again, there are a lot of, updates and regulations are happening outside the region, and we expect this like, to come to us soon. If we export oil, we need to look at like this. If we export petrochemicals, we need to think about this. If we import something from outside, we need to think about, the carbon footprint of that product, because in a way or another that might impact the competition between different products. And this is like, something very important to keep in mind. This is coming to be enforced in the next 2 years, the CBAM. And we are actually witnessing great transformation in the business platforms and how things are changing. But the most important thing is, let's not consider the ESG as a headache, as extra work. This is like, my key message. It is like something we need to keep in mind. It's a day-to-day job. It is something like, we will get the same results that we have, but with less efforts, less cost, and, more efficiency. And if there is any question, please, happy to open the floor for Q&A.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام.
فادي, شكرا على the presentations, very insightful. My question here is how mature we are in the GCC, because we've been doing lots of reviews and ESG. How mature is the internal audit in ESG reviews, and what are the main concerns from your perspective when it comes to the internal audit department in looking at ESGs? That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. The region, we can say, it's unlike 3 years ago. During the last 3 years, I have witnessed a huge, transformation here in the region towards understanding the topic. I always like, in my day-to-day work as a consultant, I used to do benchmarking to my clients and compare them with other peers. I used to get samples from either, Europe, US, Australia, etc. Nowadays, we have good examples from the region, and they are implementing sustainability in the right way, or ESG in the right way. There are few, but they started. This is like, the good thing, and they are not starting from scratch. They took into consideration the experience of others who started this journey maybe 10 years ago. So from maturity perspective, I cannot say that we are brilliant, but we are much better than a few years ago. And the point is, these regulations are keep, updating. So we need also to keep an eye on this. Now, for the internal audit, back to your second half of the question, there is a challenge, to be honest with you, because internal auditors used to do this job. They go with audit program, they do the work, give findings, and leave. Now, the ESG is a new topic, to be honest. That's why training and awareness is one of the important things. And as a consulting firm internally, we spent a huge efforts to, educate our team members, not only those who do ESG, but those who do like other work. What is the ESG? How they can shift their mind a bit to embed the ESG within their day-to-day work, because eventually those who are going to do strategy or internal audit or risk assessment, they should keep this concept in mind. They should not develop, internal audit program to the ESG, but they should keep the ESG. It's still, not very much mature, to be honest, but with the time, it will support. So that's why I think there should be a huge collaboration between internal auditors and ESG professionals within the organizations. And it's the responsibility, because at the end of the day, as ESG professionals, I'd like to see results at the end of the day. If I don't see results, it means my work is not good. So the one who could confirm this to me is the internal auditor. So my responsibility is to educate him or her to understand what is the ESG and what I need from them to confirm. Because as a core ESG function within organization, I will not have access to everyone, but internal audit team will have access to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fadi. I have a question. You said our internal auditors can protect from the organization from the greenwashing. Okay, when my organization is promoting that our product is eco-friendly, okay, less carbon emitting, and how internal auditor can protect from this?
Sure. Well, it depends on the definition of environmental friendly. So when we do ESG reporting or sustainability reporting, the first thing we do is we set the boundary. Okay, we set the boundary of the report. What is the geographical boundary and the time, etc. Then the definition. If you leave it open, people will come later on and accuse you, because you are saying it's environmentally friendly, but you are, for example, using heavy metal in your product. No, it's not environmentally friendly. But you can say that it's environmentally friendly from, for example, using recycled materials, from X carbon footprint per product. And for example, let's say recycled product. I do for example, which is called extended reducer responsibility to my products. So these things that as internal auditor you need, to ask your organization to clearly define this, and you have to add it somewhere. Otherwise, it is open-end discussion. Please.
In some businesses, they basically seek for profits, and if you take the other side, you're asking them to put heavy investments. If you take, for example, oil and gas business, you take carbon emissions. You see, to move towards the environmental friendly, then you're talking about zero emission of gas, non-gas flaring, etc., etc. So it's basically, it's not as easy as it seems, because in some cases it requires not even hundreds of thousands, but millions of investment. And if you look at it from the other side, as a client or as a company that execute these projects, then I could just basically keep a blind eye, because at the end of the day, my organization are seeking to make contributions, profits. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Very, very important point. And for those who trying to blind eyes, let me help them and open their eyes on the right, side. There is nothing for free, and it's an investment. What do we mean by investment? When there is an investment, there should be a return from the other side. We are not asking for donation, where we will get hasanat from Allah later. But in reality, in the commercial business, even if you invest in social event, there is something called social return on investment, which will give you the value of your investment. And for example, the oil and gas industry, 30 years ago, they used to flare the associated gas to the oil production. But we are not asking them to stop flaring for free. This, gas is money, is dollar sign. This gas is value. It's rich with caloric value. They started capturing this flared gas and use it to generate electricity, and they are now generating electricity for free instead of flaring the gas without getting the value of the heat. They are now producing electricity for free. So they put investment, but they hit two birds in one stone, environmental one and commercial one. We are not here to promote any economical or visible project. It should be financially feasible, then the project will take forward. That's why we are not going to do separate job. It should be part of your day-to-day activities. It should increase the efficiency. We are not asking for extra investment or low return investment. Sometimes it might be long-term investment, especially when it comes to the social element. Why people are now very keen now to invest in environmental related initiatives? Because easily they can capture the output. For example, let's say I decided to do recycling. Okay, I used to purchase, virgin plastic from example Sabic or whatever. Now I'm getting 50% recycled. I save this amount of plastic. This is very easy. But when we talk about social initiative, let's say we are supporting, one of the societies. We might not see this with the first generation. It might take 2 generations to see the output coming from our investment. But at the end of the day, it's very profitable because you are changing, the behavior of, culture, bad, stuff from the past, etc., etc. So this is like, one of the things that we need to look at it. Sometimes, let's say, we encourage, which is called women empowerment. In my opinion, the right thing is to empower the woman, is to give her the right tools to learn, not only to jump, over ranks, but to give her the right tools to learn, to educate, to become really strong, to fulfill the position that she will, take one day. So I hope I answered your question. Any other question? Okay, thank you so much. Reaching out to the end, I'd like to thank you again, all of you, to give me the opportunity. Thank you.
The last agenda for this event is a panel discussion on managing internal audit challenges. In the dynamic world of business and finance, internal audit faces a host of evolving complexities and demands. Today, our distinguished panel of experts will delve into these challenges and share their invaluable insights. So without further ado, let's welcome our esteemed panelist, Nabila Al-Jasri, OIA Group CAE. Dr. Rabab Al-Hasni, CAE, Ministry of Finance. Lamis Al-Rawahi, State Audit Institution. Walid Al-Abri, Nama Group, CIA. The panel discussion will be moderated by Abbas Al-Lawati, CAE OQ8.
تحية طيبة لكافة الحضور. نعرف أنها آخر فقرة، بس إن شاء الله نحاول نخليها أكثر فقرة تفاعلية. لا شك ولا ريب في أن دور التدقيق الداخلي في المؤسسات يزداد أهمية بشكل ملموس، وهذا ما جعل زيادة الطلب على خدمات التدقيق الداخلي ينمو، ليس فقط على صعيد الخدمات التأكيدية، إنما كذلك على خدمات الاستشارية. وهذا بالتالي ما أوجد تحديات لدوائر ووحدات التدقيق الداخلي في تلبية كافة تلكم الطلبات. ونحن هنا اليوم لتسليط الضوء على تلكم التحديات. وقبل أن أقوم بالتعريف بزملائي بقادة التدقيق الداخلي، أود أن أستحضر كلمة أحد علمائنا الماضين، حيث قال: إذا هبت أمراً فقع فيه، فإن شدة توقيه أعظم مما تحذر منه. علينا مواجهة تلكم التحديات، فإن التحديات فرص لنا جميعاً لكي ننمو. أود استضافة زملائي قادة التدقيق الداخلي من المؤسسات الحكومية وكذلك من القطاع الحكومي. في اليوم باستضافة الدكتورة رباب الحسني، مدير التدقيق الداخلي بوزارة المالية، حيث تتمتع بخبرة مدتها 18 سنة في التدقيق، وحاصلة على شهادة الدكتوراه في تنمية الاقتصاد بالإضافة إلى شهادة الماجستير، وساهمت في تعزيز تبني تقنية المعلومات في الضوابط. وتنضم معنا في الحوار الفاضلة نبيلة الجاسري، مدير التدقيق الداخلي بجهاز الاستثمار العماني، وتمتد خبرتها لأكثر من 20 سنة في قطاعات محلية ودولية مختلفة، وحائزة على شهادات عديدة نذكر منها المحاسبة الدولية ACCA والمدقق المعتمد، بالإضافة إلى شهادات أخرى. تشاركنا اليوم كذلك لميس الرواحي، المراقبة الأولى في جهاز الرقابة المالية والإدارية للدولة بمكتب نائب الرئيس للرقابة على الوحدات الحكومية، وتمتلك خبرة مدتها 17 سنة في التدقيق والرقابة، تسبقها خبرة 3 سنوات في المصارف، وكذلك هي مدربة دولية معتمدة في مجال الرقابة والمحاسبة من منظمة أنتوساي، وهي حائزة على شهادات CFE و CAT. ومعنا كذلك المحاور الرابع وليد العبري، رئيس مجموعة التدقيق لنماء القابضة، ولديه خبرة 23 سنة في إدارة الأعمال والتدقيق في كلا القطاعين الخاص والعام، وهو كذلك عضو في مجلس إدارة معهد التدقيق الداخلي فرع سلطنة عمان، وحائز على شهادات الماجستير تدقيق النظم المعلومات سيزا، وتدقيق المخاطر CRMA، والمدقق الدولي المعتمد CIA. فنبدأ جلستنا الحوارية اليوم السؤال الأول إن شاء الله بيكون حول تخصيص الموارد. مستعدين؟
معك.
طيب، كيف يمكن للمؤسسات الحكومية الموازنة بين الحاجة إلى وظائف التدقيق والموارد المحدودة؟ يعني عندنا متطلبات للموارد وكذلك عندنا موارد محدودة في نفس الوقت، خاصة وأن هالفترة كثرة الطلبات على كل الخدمتين التأكيدية والاستشارية. دكتورة رباب، تحبي تفتتحين الجلسة الحوارية؟
تماشيا مع رؤية عمان 2040 ومن حيث اللي هو تحقيق الاستدامة المالية وتعزيز المساءلة والمسؤولية لدى الوحدات الحكومية وترشيد الإنفاق أيضا، من وجهة نظري أن هناك في عدة استراتيجيات لابد للوحدات الحكومية أنها تضعها بعين الاعتبار في ظل الأزمات الاقتصادية خلال السنوات الأخيرة، وفي ظل كذلك قلة الموارد. يمكن تكون أهمها اللي هي النهج المبني على المخاطر risk based approach، اللي هو أنه تعتمد الوحدة على سياسة تقييم المخاطر الموجودة في المؤسسة وتحديد الأولويات المهمة بالنسبة للمراجعة والفحص، بحيث أنه يمكن اللي هو الاستغلال الكفاءة الموجودة بناء على المخاطر وأهمية المواطن أو المواضيع اللي تحتاج تدقيقها ومراجعتها. أيضاً يمكن كذلك من أهم النقاط الضرورية بالنسبة للجهاز الإداري الدولة أنه يهتم بمسألة تدريب موظفي التدقيق الداخلي على مستويات عالية من الشهادات المهنية خاصة، وأن بحيث يكون المدقق أو دوائر التدقيق متعددي المهارات والقدرات الوظيفية في الفحص والمراجعة. أحد يعني الأدوات الأخرى اللي ممكن استعانة بها في ظل قلة الموارد الموجودة في الحكومة اللي هو الاستعانة بالخبرات الموجودة في القطاع الحكومي، سواء كان على مستوى قطاع الشركات الحكومية أو مستوى الوزارات. تبادل الخبرات عن طريق الإعارة والانتداب هذا نوعا ما قائم عندنا بالوزارة. أيضاً اللي هو التعاون بين الوحدات الحكومية وقطاع الشركات الخاص، كذلك ممكن اللي هو الاستعانة بالخبرات الخارجية من المؤسسات القطاع الخاص في مواضيع المراجعة والفحص، خاصة للمسائل ذات الأهمية أو اللي تنقص أو تندر فيها الخبرات. على سبيل المثال أقدر أقول اللي هو التدقيق الإلكتروني. عندنا بعد أنه ممكن نواجه هذه المشكلة عن طريق تحديد الأولويات وأهداف التدقيق السنوية، بحيث أنه مسؤول التدقيق أول بأول بناء كذلك على الريسك بيزد أبروتش أنه ممكن يحدد الأهداف التدقيق لكل سنة، وهنا ممكن أيضا نقدر نستغل الكفاءة الموجودة والموارد المحدودة في الليمت المطلوب. مؤخرا لاحظنا أنه حتى في السنوات الأخيرة بدأت على سبيل المثال وزارة المالية تشتغل كثير في مواضيع الضوابط والإجراءات، وهذا بحد ذاته ساعد أيضا على تقليل مواطن المخاطر في المعاملات المالية. فإذا ضبط الإجراءات داخل المؤسسة، تحسينها، كذلك الشفافية الواضحة لهذه الإجراءات أيضا أحد العوامل أو الاستراتيجيات اللي ممكن تساعد في استخدام الموارد المحدودة بطريقة فعالة. أيضا أنه المدقق لابد يكون يعني المستعد لأي مهمة عمل، يكون في نوع من المرونة، في استعدادية وجاهزية لأي مدقق. لابد أن يتم تدريبهم وتحسين مهاراتهم لأي مهمة عمل قد تتطلبها بناء على الحاجة في فترة التدقيق.
تمام. الأخوة الآخرين هل عندكم مداخلة أخرى أو نظرة مختلفة أو؟
والله إذا ممكن تسمح لي عباس ممكن أضيف ما شاء الله على الدكتورة يعني أسهبت في الموضوع، ولكن ممكن أنا أضيف شيء بسيط. نفس الشيء لتعزيز الاستفادة من الموارد الشحيحة دائما بالنسبه للاوديت، سواء كان هذا بالطبع شح الموارد موجود في جميع القطاعات، سواء كان القطاع العام او القطاع الخاص. لتعزيز الاستفاده من شح الموارد خاصه في القطاع العام نتكلم نحن، يعني انا ارى الابتعاد يعني بعض الشيء عن موضوع التدقيق قبل الصرف، هو البري اوديت، واستغلال الموارد هذه يعني بشكل افضل، مثل ما تفضلت، يعني بالتدقيق المبني على المخاطر، بحيث انه يتم التركيز وتوجيه هذه الموارد الشحيحه مثل ما قلنا الى الاشياء فعلا المهمه اللي تهم المؤسسه بشكل افضل، وهذا راح يعزز من فعاليه دوائر التدقيق واستغلال مواردها بشكل افضل. بالاضافه الى ذلك ممكن يعني الاجراءات المراجعه قبل الصرف ممكن اتمتتها، يعني خاصه الحين يعني تكلموا اليوم الاخوان كثير على موضوع استخدام التقنيه في التدقيق لرفع الكفاءه وكذا، فممكن اتمتت الكثير من العمليات المراجعه قبل الصرف، والاستفاده من الموارد المتاحه يعني للتركيز على المخاطر او الفرص التي قد تواجهها المؤسسه الحكوميه.
تمام، اذا نشد انتباهنا الحين الى نقطه اخرى مختلفه وهي الالتزام. طبعا يعني ما يخفى علينا انه المؤسسات نوعا ما تبذل تحدي كبير عشان تكون ملتزمه بكافه التشريعات والمناشير، وكذلك بعض المرات معايير دوليه معينه انها تكون ملتزمه في هذه. والمؤسسه والشركه تنظر الى نفسها لانها شركه واحده مع موارد جدا محدوده، فكيف يمكن لهذه المؤسسه انها تقدر تلتزم بكل هذه التشريعات في ظل الموارد المحدوده؟ هل في استراتيجيات معينه تنصحوا فيها؟ واحب اسمع من نبيله هذا الشيء.
ببدأ أنا معك عباس. أيوة
طيب.
نحن جهاز الرقابة طبعا نحن تدقيق خارجي مش تدقيق داخلي، فلكن ينظمنا اللي هو خلينا نقول الأنتوساي، هي المنظمة الدولية للأجهزة الرقابية. منظمة الأنتوساي أشارت صراحة في أحد معاييرها اللي هي أهمية التعاون ما بين المدقق الخارجي والمدقق الداخلي. وأتوقع أيضا فيما يخص اللي هو المعايير الخاصة بالIIA، إذا جينا نتكلم عن موضوع اللي هو الالتزام، تم تحديد اللي هو خطوط الدفاع الثلاث. الخط الأول خط الضوابط الرقابية، والخط الثاني اللي هو خط إدارة الحوكمة والالتزام وكذلك إدارة الجودة، والخط الثالث اللي هو التدقيق الداخلي. فمن هنا نحن نستشف أهمية موضوع اللي هو الالتزام. فإذا جينا نحن نتكلم عن مواضيع اللي هو القطاع الحكومي، نرى أن القطاع الحكومي يمارس ويستخدم اللي هو تدقيق الالتزام بقوة، ويمكن نقدر نقول أن لا زال اللي هو العمل تقليدي. خلنا نقول الاستراتيجيات اللي يفترض أنها هي تمارس في القطاع الحكومي، مثل ما تفضل في أحد الجلسات الأخ عبد الله البرواني لما تكلم عن موضوع اللي هو الذكاء الاصطناعي، أتوقع أنه لازم يدخلوا بقوة اللي هو القطاع الحكومي فيما يخص الذكاء الاصطناعي وكذا لتطوير اللي هو أساليب اللي هو تدقيق الالتزام. نعم.
طيب أخت نبيلة، من ناحيتك أنت إيش تحسين دور التدقيق الداخلي عشان يتأكدوا من أنه هالمؤسسات تقدر تقوم بالالتزام؟
أوكي، الأخت كفت وفت، بس أنا بتكلم عن التدقيق الداخلي. في معيار 1.3 معايير التدقيق الداخلية العالمية وضعت ذكر فيه أنه يجب على الرئيس التنفيذي وضع وتنفيذ منهجية لضمان التزام المدققين باللوائح، ويتعين على كل واحد منا أنه نحن نكون على اطلاع دائم بالتغييرات اللي حاصلة في اللوائح والمناشير مثل ما ذكرت. حسب رأيي، وأظن الأستاذ منير بعد ذكرها، أنه أحد الاستراتيجيات الضرورية هو الأوتوميشن واللي هو التدقيق المستمر، الكونتينيوس أوديت على بعض مهمات الالتزام. فهذا يكون الإجراء يكون فحص أسرع، يكون أشمل، كشف على الأخطاء يكون أسرع، واتخاذ الإجراءات المناسبة تكون بشكل أسرع ومناسب. فأظن هذه واحدة من الاستراتيجيات اللي يقدر يطبقها المدقق الداخلي.
عفوا بضيف نقطة بالنسبة كتجربة في القطاع الحكومي بالنسبة للامتثال والالتزام بالتشريعات. يعني كذلك من الدور المهم اللي لازم المدققين يقوموا به اللي هو يكون في تعاون بينهم وبين الوحدات المشرعة لهذه القوانين، سواء داخل المؤسسة أو مثلا الوحدة الحكومية على سبيل المثال وزارة العدل والشؤون القانونية. لابد ان المدقق يكون اول باول عنده فكره يعني اب تو ديت للقوانين والتشريعات اللي تم سنها، وخاصه في الفتره الاخيره يعني خلال 3 سنوات هذه كثير في تعديلات صارت في القوانين وفي الغاءات، فلا بد ان المدقق يكون على علم بالضوابط المعمول بها في الوحده الحكوميه، وهذا كله بالتعاون مع المؤسسات او الافراد داخل المؤسسه.
تمام. الحين عندي سؤال، بس يمكن السؤال يزعلكم بس لابد من طرحه بعد، لأن الجمهور قد يمكن يطالب بهذا الشيء. نريد نعرف بكل صراحة وجهة نظركم حول استقلالية التدقيق الداخلي والتبعية الوظيفية، خصوصا أن هذا الشيء مذكور في المعيار عندنا في IIA، هو ككتابة موجود وجميل وكل شيء، بينما لما نيجي نشوف في واقع المؤسسات نشوف قد لا يكون يعني بالضبط نفس اللي نشوفه مكتوب. فما أعرف إذا عندكم ملاحظات حول هذا الشيء وتحبوا تشاركونا فيه.
أبدأ. أوكي. بخصوص الاستقلالية في من جانب الوزارات، فهي دائرة التدقيق تتبع أعلى سلطة للوزير، وريبورتنج كذلك للوزير مباشرة. من أحد كذلك اللي هو بالنسبة للاستقلالية أنه التشريعات أيضا على سبيل المثال الاختصاصات المتعلقة بوظيفة المدقق ومسؤول المدقق أيضا لابد أنها هي يعني مثلا على سبيل المثال عندنا في قطاع الوزارات هي واضحة ومحددة، ودائما اللي يحددها المسؤول المباشر الأعلى معالي الوزير. أيضا كذلك مسألة أنه مسؤول التدقيق لابد أن تكون عنده يكون مؤهل كفاية، عنده سكيلز أكثر ومهارات تساعده على أنه يتحقق ويبني هذه أعمال التدقيق باستقلالية تامة بدون أي تأثير من الإدارات التنفيذية.
طيب أخت نبيلة كان عندك مداخلة.
أيوة.
كذلك
نحن لما قيمنا 13 شركة تحت جهاز استثمار في 13 شركة، قبل ما نجهز اللائحة التدقيق الداخلي قيمنا كل هذه الشركات، شفنا بعضهم ما كانوا يتبعوا للجنة التدقيق، فإيش سووا؟
هذا يأكد أن حدسي كان نوعا ما صحيح.
حدثك فقط. إنزين، فنحن أول واحدة من الأشياء ركزنا فيها لما جهزنا اللائحة التدقيق الداخلي إنه لازم تكون في استقلالية تامة لكل أقسام التدقيق، ما تتبع لا CFO ولا الCO، بس لازم تتبع لجنة التدقيق الداخلي.
تمام. إذن الحين نتحرك لوجهة أخرى اللي هي وجهة المواهب، وطبعا ما أستاذ منير أشار في التقرير مال ريسك اند فوكس، المواهب الحين تحتل المركز الثاني في المخاطر. فأنا أتوقع كذلك حتى الشركات الحكومية قد تواجه نفسها المخاطر. فماذا بخصوص أنه أول شيء رقم 1 الشركات الحكومية ومؤسسات القطاع العام كيف تقدر تجلب تلكم المهارات حالة، وإذا قدرت تجلب ممتاز. الخطوة الثانية كيف تقدر تحتفظ فيها المواهب، خصوصا ما ننسى أنه القطاع الخاص والجهة الأخرى كذلك ينافسنا. فأحب أسمع وجهة نظركم كذلك، لأن هذا التحدي ما يمكن الإغفال عنه.
بس أخذ هذا السؤال. بالطبع هذا تحدي دائما وأزلي وأبدي لدوائر التدقيق والكثير من الفانكشن الأخرى أو الدوائر الأخرى. بالطبع كإجابة سريعة، ما ممكن الحين يعني بحال من الأحوال يعني هذا تحدي كبير تحافظ على أنت يعني المهارات الجيدة دائما تتحرك من تتبع الفرصة، وخصوصا في أيامنا الحالية يعني تتبع الفرصة المتاحة. وخصوصا أحد يعني اللي يعزز هذا التحدي أنه دائما هياكل دوائر التدقيق شوية تكون صغيرة، يعني ما مثل الهياكل يعني أو الفرص الارتقاء الوظيفي مثل الدوائر الأخرى اللي موجودة في القطاعات الأخرى يعني في الأعمال. فدائما هذا تحدي يعني لو يعني حصلنا على هذه الموارد أو الكفاءات صعب الحفاظ عليها، وخصوصا تكلمنا عن القطاع العام يعني في يعني ما ممكن لو قلنا منافسة هنا تكون منافسة غير عادلة ما بين القطاع العام، أقصد من الجهات الحكومية والوحدات الحكومية والقطاع الخاص، لأن القطاع الخاص عنده يعني أكثر مرونة من ناحية الحوافز والبدلات والرواتب، فهذه يعني تؤدي إلى هجرة إن صح التعبير يعني من القطاع العام إلى القطاع الخاص. ولكن يعني هناك ممكن معالجة التحديات هذه من وجهة نظري يعني أنك أنت دائما لما يعني نعين موظفين جدد في القطاع العام ممكن نلجأ يعني اللي يكون إلى الباحثين عن العمل، قاعدة الباحثين عن العمل، نعطيهم فرصة كونهم بيكونوا أقل تكلفة. ممكن الجهات الحكومية يعني تقدر أن تعينهم. ثاني شيء ويتم تأهيلهم مثل ما تفضل الأخوات أنه ممكن نضع لهم خطط للتأهيل لتطويرهم، خصوصا لو ممكن نلتجئ بعض الى الشهادات المهنيه، نفسي نطورهم في الشهادات المهنيه. لكن في المقابل مجرد انهم يصبحوا يعني يوصلوا الى مرحله معينه من الكفاءه ما بيجلسوا، يعني وجهه نظري ما بيجلسوا، في حد ثاني بيشيلهم عنا.
يمكن حد من الاخوات عنده وجهه نظر مغايره او انه هو هذا الوضع وانتهى الوضع. على اي حال إذا ما حد عنده مداخلة ناخذ السؤال الأخير وبعد نفتح المجال للجمهور عشان الأسئلة. لازم ما نغض الطرف عن موضوع الأمن السيبراني أو السايبر سيكيورتي، لأنه كان طبعا المركز الأول في المخاطر في تقرير ريسك اند فوكس السنوات الماضية وهذه السنة، ومتوقع لقدام بعد يظل على المركز الأول. فنريد نعرف كيف يمكن لفرق التدقيق الداخلي تقييم وتعزيز وضع السايبر سيكيورتي في المؤسسات بشكل فعال.
في طرق عدة لتقييم تعزيز الأمن السيبراني. أول شيء لازم نفهم بيئة العمل اللي احنا موجودين فيه، نقيم الحلول المستخدمة بعد، ونعمل تدريب مستمر وتوعية. نحن في جهاز كل بعد فترة يسوون جلسات توعية وتدريب مستمر. ونحن من قسم التدقيق بعد نؤدي فحوصات دورية مستمرة مثل فحوصات الاختراق، فهذه جزء من الأشياء اللي نحن نسويها في الجهاز.
وانا اذكر ان عندكم بعد شق خاص في الانفورميشن سيكيورتي وفيها معلومات جدا جميله عن الانفورميشن سيكيورتي وكيف الوقايه من الهجمات السيبرانيه كذلك.
ايوه عندنا جايد لاين خاص للسايبر سيكيورتي اللي عممناها على كل الشركات اللي تذكر كيف طرق الوقايه من السايبر سيكيورتي ريسك.
طيب في هالحاله اذا نفتح المجال للجمهور، اذا حد عنده اسئله لاصحاب الخبره فرصتكم هذه الحين.
لا أنا كنت أريد أسأل الجمهور يعني كيف ممكن الإبقاء على أصحاب الكفاءات في الجهات الحكومية؟ كيف ممكن إني أبقى عليهم؟ إذا حد عنده شيء آخر يعني غير الجانب المالي. ما ممكن يعني. خلاص تسرب الكفاءات.
صعب الجانب المالي أهم شيء. بونس. ما حد. زين.
ما ممكن يعني ما ممكن الإبقاء على الكفاءات؟ نعم.
السلام عليكم، محمد البهلاني عمان اللنجي. أتذكر مقولة لجاك ويلش يقول فيها إنه people leave the boss not the organization. من هذا المنطلق يحتاج لرئيس فريق التدقيق يفهم التيم اللي معه، وعلى ضوءه ما في فورمولا لكل الاشخاص، ما في فورمولا محدده لكل الاشخاص، كل شخص وله اشياء تخليه يجلس في الاورجنايزيشن او يطلع من الاورجنايزيشن. لذلك يحتاج رئيس التدقيق يفهم التيم اللي معه، بناء على الفهم تقدري تخليه الشخص معش او يطلع عنش. شكرا.
ممتاز، بارك الله فيك. هل ممكن انه اشراك يعني الموظفين في القرارات الخاصه بالجهه يكون سبب في ابقائهم؟ ايوه
سؤال مهم لكن شوي صعب بالنسبة للجهات الحكومية، لكن أنا دائما أعتقد بيئة العمل، الحوافز، وما لازم مالية لكن التدريب، مشاركة في اتخاذ القرارات بالنسبة للفريق، هذا كله تساعد في إبقاء. لكن على مدى طويل أنا أعتقد الجانب المالي، مع أن أنت قلتي غير الجانب المالي، لكن ما نقدر نتجاهله. الفاينانشال ريورد يعني ما تقدر انت كل ما حاولت، ونحن في شركاتنا بعد نواجه نفس الشيء لدرجه ما، لان الشركات التدقيق ومثل بيج فور كلهم من ما يدربوا الفريش جراجويت يوصلوا مكان الرواتب اللي تكون في الاندستري اكثر بكثير من اللي نقدر نحن نوفرها. فمن ناحيه نحن بعد نواجه تحدي مماثل، لكن اللي نحن نسويه هو هذا اللي يسووه ورك انفايرمنت، بيئة العمل، تحفيز الدورات التدريبية، الابتعاث إلى المنظومة اللي عندنا. مثلا أعتقد مثلا الجهاز الاستثمار من الشركات اللي عندهم يقدر يبعثوهم في شركات المختلفة، اكسبوجر، الاكسبيرينس، الخبرة اللي نقدر نقدمها لهم في مجالات مختلفة، كل هذا يساعد. لكن في الآخر إلى درجة ما، لأن الشخص لما يبدأ ممكن يتغاضى عن الجانب المادي من التدريب، لكن إلى بعد 5 6 7 8 سنوات من حقه أنه يقول أوكي أنا عندي فرص في برايفت سيكتور. فراح دائما الببليك سيكتور بيواجه هذا التحدي دائما. شكرا.
حبيت بس أضيف شيء. نحن في الجهاز إيش سوينا؟ لأن يعني نفس التحديات نواجهها، فأسوي يعني إيش سوينا؟ سوينا خطة تطوير لكل موظف، وبعدين خطة التطوير فيها بعد نسبة من الاساينمنتس، انترناشونال اساينمنتس مثلا، فهذه تحفز الموظف انه يجلس في الدائره لفتره اطول، لانه يشوف انه هو جالس يتطور، هو جالس يروح انترناشونال اساينمنت، يحصل different exposure يعني as compared as to other places. فهذه واحده من الاشياء نحن نسويها داخليا.
أعتقد عندي نقطة بضيفها، يمكن بعد الوحدات الحكومية ممكن إن هي تعمل سيرفي على نسبة اللي هو الموظفين اللي يخرجوا من الوزارة ومن القطاع الحكومي، والأسباب، يدرسوا إيش هي الأسباب وكيف ممكن تعزيزها، لأن مثل ما تفضلتوا يعني إنه في الريوردز يختلف من شخص إلى آخر. في من قد يكون يعني المال أكثر بالنسبة له أهمية، في منهم يكون اللي هو المهارة اللي ممكن يستفيد منها أو يتطور مهنيا في مكان عمله. فلذلك لو أن نعرف الأسباب ممكن تساعدنا أن احنا نحدد الخطة اللي فعلا يحتاجها كل موظف مستقبلا، بالنسبة لتطويره، بالنسبة للإنسنتيفز اللي احنا ممكن نقدم له إياها.
في أسئلة أخرى من قبل الجماهير؟ الأخ نايف.
شكرا. نايف الخروصي، بنك مسقط. عندي سؤال تقريبا. من الصباح.
نايف، هل عندك شخص معين توجه له السؤال أو بشكل عام؟
والله الدكتورة عمل من المالية، وأستاذة لميس هي في الرقابة. تفضلتي إنه التقارير يرفع لمعالي الوزير على أساس ينظر إليه، وبعدين توزعوا التقارير. لكن من رأيي الشخصي، ما أعرف أنتم أدرى، إنه الوزير يعتبر كأنه رئيس تنفيذي من مؤسسة، فلازم يكون هناك بورد دايركتورز مستقل إنه يرفع المواضيع للأوديت كوميتي اللي يخص مثلا الرقابة المالية، يكون عندهم كوميتي اللي يغطي كل الوزارات والمؤسسات هنا، على أساس إنه إذا نتكلم عن الاستقلالية، فالاستقلالية أعتقد إنه يكون عن طريق الرقابة المالية، بعدين هم عندهم طريقة أخرى لرفع المواضيع لجهات مختصة. هذا بس كان كرأي شخصي، ممكن ما عندي فكرة بالضبط عن النظام عندكم في الوزارة، لكن إذا فضلتي ممكن توضحي هذا الموضوع.
أتفق معك نوعا ما، يعني أتفق أن فعلا مستوى الوزير هو كذلك يعني عنده دور من الأدوار التنفيذية، ولكن اللي ممكن نوعا ما قد يكون ساعد في مسألة تعزيز الاستقلالية في وحدات القطاع الحكومي بشكل خاص اللي هي الوزارات، خلينا نقول، لأن تختلف أنظمتها عن أنظمة القطاع الشركات الحكومية، اللي هي التشريعات القانونية وكذلك الاختصاصات. أيضا أنه مسألة أنه السلطة العليا ممكن أن هي تساعد في الاستقلالية عن طريق إعطاء التمكين الكافي للمدقق للوصول لأي بيانات ومعلومات يطلبها، وأيضا من خلال اللي هي مسألة اللي هو اعتماد التقارير أو اعتماد خطط التدقيق. كل هذه نوعا ما أدوات تساعد في تعزيز الاستقلالية. فأعتقد أن يعني هذه التشريعات وميثاق التدقيق داخل الوحدة الحكومية ممكن أنها تساعد نوعا ما أنها، بس أنا متفقة معك أنه السلطة العليا كسلطة وزير هي سلطة تنفيذية، وكذلك يمكن دور جهاز الرقابة، أخت لميس ممكن تشرح أكثر، دور جهاز الرقابة كونه يراقب على الوحدات الحكومية وكذلك على وظائف التدقيق، ممكن أيضا يعطي نوع من خلينا نقول يعني الأريحية، أو نوع من أنه في يعني في مراقبة على مدى إمكانية هذه الوحدات، إنه وخاصة دور التدقيق أنها تؤدي دورها باستقلالية. بس ما أدري إيش رأيك.
بالنسبة للجهاز، طالما وحدات التدقيق الداخل الموجودة في الوزارات تتبع الرئيس مباشرة، معناتها مستقلة، معناتها مستقلة خلاص. يعني أيوة، هذا طبعا نحن القوانين، أيوة القوانين، فنحن خلاص طالما هي مستقلة يعني معناتها أن هي واصلة بدرجة الاستقلالية اللي هي تقدر تقوم بكافة أعمالها دون أي خلينا نقول إحراجات أو مشاكل أو غير ذلك.
بس عندي سؤال إذا ممكن، يعني أنا بصير مثل الحين أنا بطرح لكم السؤال. طب أنت يعني إذا كان
صار
عندك
الحين
اقتراح،
كل سؤال يقابله سؤال، فانتبهوا.
احنا اللي نسأل الحين.
عندك أي اقتراح أو عندكم شباب أي اقتراح مثلا بالنسبة لتطوير دوائر التدقيق، وكيف هي وإيش أو أي سلطة ممكن إن هي تتبع على مستوى الحكومة؟ الأخ،
نعم
الأخ اللي هنا ما عنده المايك.
أنا عندي المايك فأستغل الفرصة. أولا السؤال موجه للجميع، لكن أنا عندي اثنين من الحكومة يمثلوا الحكومة، ووليد والأخت نبيلة نفسي يتكلموا على جروب كومبانيز. موضوع ضبط الجودة، ضبط الجودة داخل المؤسسات أو دوائر التدقيق الداخلي، بالأشياء اللي نعرفها الحين والتحديات اللي احنا قاعدين نتكلم عنها، واللي هي طبعا obvious ومعروفة للجميع. أتوقع يمكن الأغلبية في هذا المكان سبق وأن عمل في جهة حكومية وشاف طبيعة العمل بالجهات الحكومية، وبعد يمكن انتقل للقطاع الخاص لسبب أو لآخر. وإيش هي الخطط اللي عندكم سواء من ناحية حكومة أو من ناحية جروب كمؤسسات كبار في التطوير أو في ضبط الجودة داخل مؤسسات التدقيق الداخلي؟ هل يمكن تبنيه داخل القطاعات الحكومية؟ هل في خطط لهذا؟ تشوفوا إنه مجدي يتم تطبيقه داخل القطاع الحكومي اللي ضبط الجودة، اللي كواليتي اكسترنال اشورنس احنا نسميه؟
والله هو يعني خطة حاليا الحكومة يعني هي حاليا تدرس موضوع اللي هو مسألة الريسك بيزد ابروتش، انه كيف تحدد اولا تقييم هذه المخاطر لكل وحدة حكومية. واعتقد انه بالعمل في هذا بخطة اللي هو تحديد المخاطر للوحدات الحكومية فيما بعد ممكن انه يساعدنا على انشاء اللي هو دائرة جودة ضبط الجودة. ف يعني خطة مستقبلية ممكن في الخطة المستقبلية.
بس أعتقد إذا تسمحوا لي أضيف،
أيوه.
أعتقد أنه ممكن هني يحتاج تغيير في التشريع بالنسبة للجهات الحكومية. ممكن لائحة تحتاج لائحة تنظيمية لدوائر التدقيق تحتاج يمكن تعزيز. ممكن أضيف نقطة بس بالنسبة للاستقلالية. بالطبع هنا نتكلم عن نوعين من الجهات الحكومية أو الوحدات الحكومية. الوزارات اللي هنا فعلا على قمة الهرم الوزير، لكن في عندنا النوع الآخر هو الهيئات فيها مجالس إدارات في العادة، واعتقد انه عندهم نوع من الاستقلاليه، انه دوائر التدقيق تتبع مجالس الادارات بالنسبه يعني الهيئات. صحوني اذا كنت غلطان. ايوه بالنسبه تفضل.
تتكلم عن استقلاليه ولا عن كواليتي؟ شو بعد استقلاليه؟
خلاص الكواليتي عندك، انا خلاص خلصت. تفضلي.
نحن اللائحة اللي يعني نشرناها للشركات التابعة حطينا واحدة الأشياء اللي نحن ركزنا عليها إن لازم يكون في quality assurance لكل الشركات. external quality assurance وفي internal quality assurance. في خطة مستقبلية إن نحن يكون عندنا فريق مختص هو يسوي الquality assurance على الشركات التابعة، بس بعدها هي خطة حاليا. رديت على سؤالك؟
ننتظر الأخت لميس بحكم أنك أنتم تسووا مراجعة للجهات الحكومية وتشوفوا مخرجات التدقيق الداخلي. يعني أتوقع دوائر التدقيق الداخلي واحدة من نفس اللي تتعرض لمراجعة من جهاز الرقابة المالية على الدولة. فأتوقع هذا مجدي جدا بالنسبة لكم أنكم كل ما كان جودة الإجراءات داخل دائرة التدقيق الداخلي مضبوطة بشكل ممتاز، كل ما كان المخرجات من هذه الدوائر يكون فعلا مفيد بالنسبة لكم. فما أعرف وش وجهة نظرك، وش نفس الشيء، ما فقط وجهة نظر، وش الأعمال القادمة في هذا الموضوع؟
تقريبا الجهاز على مدى خلينا نقول 3 أو 4 سنوات كل فترة يقوم بتقييم دوائر التدقيق الداخلي، وبعدين نعطي فيها توصيات معينة على أساس أن نشوف كيف وضعها حاليا وكيف ممكن أنها هي تتطور. طبعا حضورنا هنا في هذا المؤتمر ومجالسة مجتمع التدقيق الداخلي يعني هو أحد أهم الأشياء اللي ممكن هو حتى يساعدنا نحن بنا على قدام أن ننظر نفس النظرة اللي ينظروا لها أيضا التدقيق الداخلي.
طيب أحد الحضور في الخلف كان يريد يجاوب السؤال.
أيوة من ساعة. أيوة تفضل.
سليمان الهناي من مجموعة إذكاء. كمقترح لدوائر الحكومية، دوائر التدقيق في الدوائر الحكومية، ممكن تنشئ لجنة تدقيق ما شرط من داخل الوزارة نفسها، ممكن من وزارات معينة تكون هي متخذة القرار في دوائر التدقيق، وترفع اللي هي للجنة تدقيق مشتركة من جهاز الرقابة أو الأجهزة الرقابية الأخرى في الحكومة. لأنه إذا في تقرير تدقيق مثلا متخذ في قرار الوزير، مستحيل يكون في يعني ما في تضارب بالمصالح ويكون في قرار يعني يثبت هذا التدقيق أو هذا التقرير. ففي يعني تضارب مصالح بيدخل في الصورة بشكل كبير، وممكن التقرير ينحذف أو بعض التعديلات على التقرير. فعشان تحافظ على الاستقلالية مستحيل الوزير يكون هو يمثل رئيس لجنة التدقيق. هذا كمختصر.
شكرا على المداخلة. في أسئلة؟ طيب نخليها آخر سؤالين لأنه ما شاء الله الإقبال كبير. في سؤال هنا، شخص عنده سؤال نخلي.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم جميعا. محمود مكي من مملكة البحرين ومؤسس أوديت أرابيا، أول موقع للتدقيق الداخلي. في اعتقادي لتعزيز دور المراجع الداخلي والمدقق الداخلي في الجهات الحكومية، بحكم اشتغلت سابقا في القطاع الخاص والقطاع العام هناك نحتاج إلى منظومة من الإجراءات والتشريعات. لو بنختصرها في 4 نقاط مراعاة للوقت. أولاً تشريعات، ينبغي أن يكون هناك تشريع من أعلى سلطة في البلد. هذا التشريع يصاحبه ميثاق معد بمهنية. بعض اللوائح الداخلية للتدقيق الداخلي قد تكون يعني فوق 30-40 صفحة، ولكن هناك نماذج معدة من معهد دولي المدققين الداخليين بالإمكان الاسترشاد به وتعديله إلى حسب المنظمة أو حسب الوزارة. الأمر الآخر هو استقلالية المدقق الداخلي. إدارياً لا يوجد مشكلة يتبع الوزير أو الأعلى سلطة في الوزارة، ولكن من ناحية الوظيفيين فيما يتعلق برفع التقارير والتبليغات كتجربة يمكن في البحرين هي تجربة جديدة، يتبع لجنة وزارية تتبع مجلس الوزراء. وطبعا الوزارات في هذه الحالة بتكون أكثر جدية وأكثر تجاوب. طالما الأمر كان داخلي هناك والاستقلالية ليست تامة 100%، هناك سيؤثر على الموضوعية وبالتالي جودة التقارير التدقيق الداخلي. النقطة الثالثة هي الكفاءة المهنية. يحتاج المدققين الداخليين إلى تدريب جدا كبير، وبالإمكان الاستعانة بشركات التدقيق، أي أن الوزارة تبتعث مثلا فريق يدربون هذه الشركات، وبعدين بحيث يعني يحتفظ بوظيفة الأصلية في الشركة ويكون في الوزارة عفوا، وتدرب الشركة. هناك في اعتقاد الكثير من الشركات ستتعاون في هذا المجال. والأمر الآخر هو منهجية التدقيق الداخلي. عندما نقول أنه هي risk based internal audit أي التدقيق المبني على المخاطر، الكثير من سجلات المخاطر اللي مرت عليه أو الخطط كانوا يركزون على المخاطر التشغيلية وليست المخاطر الاستراتيجية. على سبيل المثال يركز على الإدارات المساندة، إدارة المالية والموارد البشرية، ويترك استراتيجية ورسالة ورؤية هذه المؤسسة وهذه الوزارة. نوعية التقارير والتبليغات طبعا تحتاج إلى إعادة نظر. يمكن بحكم خبرتي مرت على الكثير من التقارير. الآن من الملاحظة أستطيع أن يعني أحكم ما هي مهنية من قام بإعداد يعني هذا التقرير مع احترامي. يعني عندما تأتي ملاحظة طبعا فيها الكثير من الأخطاء الإملائية ولا نعرف عن المنهجية ولغة صعبة، طبعا يؤثر على التدقيق الداخلي. ولكن نقول إن شاء الله كمستقبل واعد في دول الخليج هناك ثقافة أكثر في التدقيق الداخلي، هناك توجه أكثر، ولكن أتمنى أن تؤخذ التدقيق الداخلي على أنها مهنيا وليست إداريا. بمعنى لا يشترط أن موظف لديه 10-20 سنة في القطاع مثلا القطاع العام هو أن يقوم بقيادة، مع احترامي طبعا الشديد، الفريق التدقيق الداخلي. عنصر الكفاءة المهنية طبعا يلعب دور كبير. شكرا جزيلا وسامحوني أن أخذت الكثير من الوقت.
أحسنت. سؤال أخير وفي حالة أنه ما يوجد سؤال تفضل أحمد.
السلام عليكم. طبعا بنشكركم على المشاركة والصدر المفتوح لنا، وطبعا أسئلة كثير من وزارة المالية وجهاز الاستثمار والرقابة الداخلية، يعني فبنشكركم شكر جزيل. زائد طبعا لا يخفى على الجميع أن في الآونة الأخيرة جهاز الرقابة تقرير فيه شفافية وبيعلن للجميع وبينزل على وسائل التواصل، والكل عنده يعني معلومات ويقدر اكسس انه هو يقرا. بس السؤال للاخت نبيله بخصوص جهاز الاستثمار وتشكيل مجالس اداره الشركات التابعه لجهاز الاستثمار، هل في كيفيه التشكيل، وهل في من اعضاء مجلس الاداره من خارج الحكومه ولا على اساس مبدا الشفافيه بحيث ان هو يكونوا من خارج الوزارات يعني؟
اوكي، جالسه افكر كيف ارد عليك. لا عادي، ايوه. لا، عندنا اول شيء كود اوف كوربريت جفرنس اللي عممناه على كل الشركات، واضح طريقه اختيار مجالس الاداره. وبعد عندنا ما اعرف ايش يسموه، بس اتس لايك ويب سايت يسموه وثيقات. هذا الويب سايت، وكل اللي يريد يكونوا في مجالس إدارة يقدروا يدخلوا معلوماتهم بحيث يتم اختيارهم لمجالس إدارة. فتم اختيار كل أظن شهر 3 من كل سنتين يكون اختيار، ويكون من داخل الجهاز ومن خارجها. فأي حد يدخل بياناته في هذا الويب سايت، الثقات ويب سايت، يقدر يتم اختياره. فما يحتاج يكون من ضمن مجموعة حتى OIA، يقدر يكون من OIA ولا لا. أعطيك مثال، أظن في حاليا واحدة من بنك الأهلي تم تعيينها في مجلس إدارة عمران موظفة. وفي عندنا أكثر من مثال، في حد مثلا من الموج شركة، بس أوكي الموج تعتبر تقريبا من شركات
نبيلة.
OIA.
منير عندنا الحين في أحد مجلس إدارة في أحد شركات تابعة لمجموعة نما.
أوكي نفس الشيء.
هذا مثال حي عندي.
هذا ما كنت أعرف عنه. وإيش يعني إيش الطريقة إنهم يشوفوا الكومبتنسيز مال الأشخاص اللي دخلوا بياناتهم، يشوفوا السكتر نوليدج، يشوفوا عدد سنوات الخبرة، يشوفوا الكومبوزيشن مال البورد. مثلا يحتاجوا شخص في التدقيق، يحتاجوا حد في الليجل، فكل هذه الأشياء ينظروا لها قبل اختيار البورد ممبر.
طيب إلى هنا ننهي جلستنا ونتقدم بالشكر لمن استضفناهم اليوم. شكرا جزيلا لمشاركتنا خبراتكم وكذلك وقتكم. شكرا جزيلا.
Dear all, the IIA Oman would like to present a token of appreciation for the following. Fadi Shihabi, a partner head of ESG Advisory Services, KPMG Middle East. Mr. Munir, please come to the stage. I missed that part, sorry. Nabila Al-Jasri, CAE, Oman Investment Authority. Dr. Rabab Al-Hsani, CAE, Ministry of Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the final agenda item of our fantastic event, the raffle game. We've got some amazing prizes lined up, and I can't wait to see who is the lucky winner. But before we dive into the raffle, let me explain how it all works. Each of you has been given a raffle ticket upon entry. Keep that ticket handy because it's your golden ticket to win in one of our fabulous prizes. We have 5 prizes. The first 3 will be one part of the CIA study materials. The remaining 2 prizes will be a discount of 50% on CIA classes for a part of your choice. Now, let's not keep you waiting any longer. I can feel the anticipation in the air. I will invite Mr. Munir again to the stage to do the raffle draw. Yes. Number 13. Number 109. Number 8. Number 101. One hundred and 12. Number 17. Number 104. Number 14. Now we would like to present the token of appreciation for KPMG for their efforts. Now I'll call Mr. Sarhan Malik to the stage to do the closing remark.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum everyone. So those who know me and those who don't know me, my name is Farhan and I'm chairing the education committee of IAEA. So this was a big event for whole IAEA board, and it was part of our promise to deliver the value which all the members they expect from internal audit. Inshallah, you will see more events like this in coming future. On behalf of IAEA, I would like to thank all the IAEA members for attending this event and making it a big success. And I would also, I would also like to thank KPMG for co-hosting this event with us. And it was just a collaborative effort that has made this event possible. I would also like Mr. Munir for leading us from the front, because you know this is just the tip of iceberg. The level of effort we had put into this event, it was enormous. Even last night, Mr. Munir was sitting here and having these mock sessions around. So thank you, everyone. I would also, like to thank all the education committee members, Mr. Saleh, Mr. Devesh, who is not present here. Also, all the other board members like Rubina from here. I'm sorry, I'm having some bad throat, so I think it's. So thank you everyone for attending this event, making it a big event. Inshallah, in near future, in 2024, inshallah, you will see more event like this coming into this part. Inshallah, we will be having a regional conference next year. and you will see a big crowd coming around in Oman. So thank you very much, everyone, and thank you for attendance.